Thank you. Here, I can't. You know, I can't eat them. Thank you.
He said, I know that. I don't know.
I told you that learn when you gave me some candy.
Your status.
All right, I'm gonna call the Dumfries Town Council meeting of Tuesday, February 18th, 2025 to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Peterson. Present. Councilmember Pete.
Here.
Councilmember Fields.
Here.
Councilmember Young.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Miles. Present. Vice Mayor Nickerson. Here. Mayor Wood.
Present.
Thank you.
All right, is Minister Var here? Let's see. No, good. So then we will have Reverend who's here? Jack. Okay, Reverend Jack. Can you come up and open us up in prayer, sir? Yes, sir.
Shall we pray? Father, we stop to recognize you as our Lord and our Savior. Then, God, we ask you to move us to do the right things and say the right things. We are grateful that all the work that they have done, and we thank them for being the ones who love the county, love Dumfries, and they want the best. And I believe that's what God wants. God wants the best. We ask that you govern this meeting in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Could you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, please be seated. All right, next on our agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Is there any additions or subtractions?
Mayor, there's been an addition for a closed session this evening. I believe a copy was put in front of you.
Okay. Let's go at the end. All right, anything else? All right, seeing none, I welcome a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we adopt the agendas as amended.
Okay. Second. All right, it's been moved and second. Any discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please call for the question.
Councilmember Peterson. Aye. Councilmember Pete.
Yes.
Councilmember Fields.
Yes.
Councilmember Young.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miles.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Nickerson. Yes. Mayor Wood.
Yes.
And motion's passed.
Okay, the agenda is set. Bless you. For tonight. All right. First on our agenda is a proclamation for Black History honoring the Northern Virginia chapter of the Florida A&M University National Alumni Association, Rattlers. I don't have a hard copy. Let me see. Whereas Black History Month is a time to honor the rich contributions and achievements of African Americans who shape our nation's history, culture, and progress. Whereas historical Black colleges and universities have played a pivotal role in advancing educational opportunities, leadership, and community service, producing generations of Black leaders who continue to make a lasting impact. And whereas Florida A&M, FAMU, founded in 1887, has been a beacon of academic excellence, social advancement, and empowerment, and its alumni continue to uphold this proud legacy. The Northern Virginia chapter exemplifies the spirit of Black excellence by supporting students, engaging in community service, advocating for HBCUs, and strengthening their alumni network. The chapter has made significant contributions in higher education through scholarships in the entire Northern Virginia region, attending the FAMU, ensuring that future generations have this opportunity. Their commitment to community service and engagement demonstrated through its partnership in the HBCU Alumni Alliance, supporting initiatives focused on health, hunger, education, and its ongoing involvement in the Salvation Army's Angel Tree program and the Ronald McDonald House Toy and Supply Drive. Whereas the chapter has expanded its reach into government relations and advocacy, ensuring that local and state leaders recognize the value and contributions of HBCUs. Through their fundraising network and leadership program, the chapter has strengthened the bond of the alumni, raising support for university initiatives, and cultivated the next generations of Black professionals and community leaders. Now, therefore, be it resolved that during Black History Month, the town of Dumfries proudly honors to recognize the Northern Virginia chapter of Florida A&M University for its continued dedication to education, service, and advocacy in uplifting the Black community. Be it further resolved that the town of Dumfries celebrates their legacy of FAMU and all HBCUs, recognizing their crucial role in shaping the leaders of today and tomorrow, and encourages ongoing support for their mission in academic excellence, cultural enrichment, and community empowerment. Signed, Mayor Derek Wood, by order of the council. Have them come up to the front and receive. I think which order this is in.
All right, future.
You guys are right.
You're taking pictures.
Oh. Right, here we go. Oh, I thought he had took it off.
As treasurer and former vice president of the Northern Virginia Alumni Association.
Oh, they was talking. All you guys go. Y'all get on
TV a little bit. As the treasurer and former vice president of the Northern Virginia FAMU Alumni Association, I'd like to personally thank you guys for honoring us. We appreciate it. It's a blessing, and we will continue to help serve the community. Thank you.
Next is one to honor the Morgan State. We didn't even know Morgan State was here. All right now, okay, the Bears. Whereas Morgan State University is a distinguished HBCU founded 1867, recognized for its commitment to academic excellence, research, commitment, engagement, serving as a beacon of opportunity for generations of students. Whereas the Morgan State University Northern Virginia Alumni Chapter was chartered May 2013 to promote the university's excellence and assist young men and women in pursuing higher education at this national treasure. Whereas the Northern Virginia Alumni Chapter has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to student success by actively recruiting college-bound students and introducing them to the many opportunities available at the Morgan State University Bears, including participation in college fairs all across the Northern Virginia region. The chapter's exceptional recruitment efforts have been recognized by the Morgan State University's Office of Admissions and Recruitment, ensuring that the students' Recruitment Recognition Award for their dedication to guiding the next generation of leaders. Whereas the Northern Virginia Alumni Chapter has taken meaningful steps to fundraise and provide scholarships to students attending Morgan State University, including the establishment of an endowment fund and hosting events such as the annual Father's Day Brunch fundraiser. The chapter strengthens their community by collaborating with organizations such as the Divine Nine, the NAACP, National Coalition of 100 Black Women, the Links, Jack and Jill, while also supporting Black-owned businesses through promotional efforts and increased visibility. Whereas the chapter is dedicated to preserving Morgan State's historical legacy by co-hosting the Adopting Morgan Chapel project alongside fellow alumni members in Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, working to restore the significant landmark for future generations. And the chapter continues to uphold the motto, growing the future, leading the world, by fostering alumni engagement, mentorship, and community service, ensuring that the university's impact extends beyond the campus. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Town Council of Dumfries proudly commends and honors Morgan State University and the Northern Virginia Alumni Chapter for their outstanding contributions to higher education, student support, and community empowerment. Be it further resolved that this dedication be promoting the legacy of HBCUs, fostering student success, and strengthening the community, be recognized and celebrated during Black History Month and beyond. Signed, Mayor Derrick R. Wood, by order of the council.
Morgan State.
Oh, yeah, all of y'all Morgan State. Come on.
Yes.
Here we go, 3, 2.
Sorry. Thank you. I got it.
Good evening to everyone. I want to thank everyone for this great honor. Being a graduate of Morgan, I want you to know when I was out there on campus, I had an afro at that time running around, but you can see over the years, things have changed. All of us are first or second generation college graduates. So we recognize the importance of a quality education. So we strive very hard to work within the community to encourage everyone to go to college because we believe that is the path to success. So thank you very much again. And this is a great honor, and this is going to go in our school newspaper also. So thank you.
Listen, we ain't telling y'all all to get together, but we might need to have a Town of Dumfries HBCU college fair. We don't. You what you say, yeah. A proclamation recognizing the Vice Admiral Samuel L. Gravely Jr., Capital Beltway Alumni Chapter of Virginia Union University. Boy, try to say that 5 times. Whereas VUUNAA, I just abbreviated, it represents an intergenerational network of alumni committed to continuing the legacy of Vice Admiral Samuel L. Gravely Jr., the first African-American to achieve the rank of Vice Admiral in the U.S. Navy by upholding his motto of education, motivation, and perseverance. And whereas the chapter has dedicated itself to providing scholarship support to students from Northern Virginia and the DMV area who are pursuing higher education at Virginia Union University, ensuring the next generation of leaders has the opportunity to excel. Whereas the chapter's members actively engage in mentorship, community service, and advocacy, supporting initiatives that support educational access and empowerment within this metro area and the HBCU Alumni Alliance. Whereas the chapter exemplifies the values of lifelong learning, service, and perseverance, reinforcing the importance of HBCUs in cultivating leadership, civic responsibilities, and academic success amongst African-American students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that during Black History Month, the town of Dumfries proudly recognizes Vice Admiral Samuel L. Gravely Jr., Capital Beltway Alumni Chapter of Virginia Union University, National Alumni Association. Give it up. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That's a mouthful for a name.
Yes, it is. Good evening, everyone. My name is Pearl Johnson, and I am the chapter president of the Vice Admiral Samuel Gravely Jr. Capital Beltway Alumni Chapter. And I have with me our treasurer as well. And we are just deeply honored to be a recipient of this proclamation. Our chapter is an intergenerational chapter, and we stand strong in representing representing Vice Admiral Gravely and all the works that he did as the first Black admiral in the Navy, and also as an alumnus of Virginia Union University. And so we stand strong in his mantra of education, perseverance, motivation is equal success. So thank you all for this proclamation.
All right, Reverend Jones couldn't be here, but I just want to read his proclamation so you all hear it. This is him honoring Dr. Alfred Jones Jr. for his 50 years of pastoral leadership over at the Mount Zion Baptist Church. Dr. Alfred Jones was raised under the guidance of his parents, who were both deacons in their church. And after years of preparation, Dr. Jones embarked on his pastoral serving congregations across Virginia before calling Mount Zion Baptist Church in Triangle, Virginia, his home in 1974, where he has faithfully led for the past 50 years. Amen. And under Dr. Jones' visionary leadership, Mount Zion Baptist Church grew from 35 members to over 2,000 congregants, with a ministerial staff of 26 sons and daughters, leading to the establishment of the multi-million-dollar 75,000 square foot sanctuary and a multi-purpose facility. His commitment to evangelism, Christian education, discipleship, building, and family life ministry has resulted in the development of 5 fundamental ministries and 37 active programs, transforming lives and strengthening faith throughout the region. Under his leadership, it extends beyond the church, establishing financial support, food assistance, clothing programs that serve not only the local community, but also global missions, embodying his commitment to being a servant leader and social justice. Dr. Jones has dedicated himself to faith-based leadership and civic engagement, serving as the vice moderator of Northern Virginia Baptist Association, chaplain for Prince William County Police Department, and former chaplain for Centaur Hospital, providing spiritual guidance to the broader Dumfries community. Through this vision, Dumfries has benefited immensely from Mount Zion's expansion and outreach, as the church has become a cornerstone of community service, mentorship, and social support, uplifting residents and fostering a spirit of unity and faith. Whereas Dr. Jones has consistently preached that true ministry is not just about charity, but about creating a society where all people have access to worship, healthcare, employment, and education, aligning with his lifelong dedication to making faith actionable. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we proudly recognize and honor Dr. Alfred Jones for 50 years of pastoral excellence at Mount Zion Baptist Church, recognizing his unwavering faith, visionary leadership, and profound impact in Dumfries and beyond. Now to what I think you all are sitting here for. A proclamation honoring Mr. Garnell Bates. Patriot of the Bates family and the living legacy of Batestown. Whereas the town of Dumfries recognized the extraordinary contributions and legacy of Mr. Garnell Bates, the eldest living member of the Bates family, whose roots chase back to Batestown, a historical community of former slaves and free African Americans in Prince William County. And whereas Mr. Garnell Bates was born on April 2nd, 1927, to Martha Cole Bates and Mitchell Bates in Batestown, a community that was established after the Civil War and named after Mary Bates, one of its first settlers in the matriarch. And Batestown flourished as a self-sufficient Black community, supported by subsistence agriculture and later by the Cabin Branch Pyrite Mine, growing to a population of approximately 550 residents by the 1940s, until its forced displacement by the federal government in the 1930s to create Prince William Forest Park and a wartime training site. And Mr. Bates, he embodies the resilience and determination of Batestown descendants, building a lifelong career that began with labor work and culminated in his role as a first-class operator at the Possum Point Power Plant, where he worked from 1952 until he retired in 1987. Not even wearing masks most of those times. He worked in those coals, burning those cars. Mr. Bates has been a devoted trustee at Mount Zion Baptist Church since the early 70s, playing a key role in the pastoral selection process, including the appointment of Pastor Jones, who just celebrated 50 years of service there in 2024. And whereas Mr. Bates married Sadie Cole at the age of 35, building a family legacy centered on love, faith, and wisdom. And together they raised their son, Steve Bates, before Mrs. Bates passed away in 2006. I hear that she was a wonderful cook and everybody loved her cooking. Beyond his professional and spiritual contribution, Mr. Bates is known for his lifelong love of automobiles. How many seen his cars? Taking pride in their shape and appearance, reflecting the meticulous nature and appreciation for the craftsmanship. And whereas Mr. Bates has actively preserved the history of the Batestown, participating in the Prince William County Batestown Oral History Project, and sharing his invaluable firsthand knowledge with the Prince William Historical Society back in 2019, ensuring that the legacy of his ancestors is never forgotten. And what an amazing memory he has there too. And whereas his words of wisdom is get all the education you can get, serves as a guiding principle for future generations, encouraging them to strive for knowledge and success. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town of Dumfries proudly honors and celebrates Mr. Garnell Bates, not only as the eldest living member of the Bates family, but as a pillar of faith, perseverance, and historical preservation, ensuring that the story of Batestown and its people continues to be recognized and honored. Be it further resolved that during this Black History Month, the town of Dumfries acknowledges the legacy of Batestown, the renaming of Mine Road to Batestown Road in its honor, and the lasting contributions of Mr. Garnell Bates, a living testament to the strength and resilience of Dumfries' earliest free Black families. Signed, Derek R. Wood, Mayor, by order of the Town Council. I'll come over here. Congratulations, trustee Bates.
Just say thank you. You appreciate it by coming out. Go ahead.
I don't know what to say because Brother Charlie Reed, he always asked me to come out, and I said, I don't know what to say to the people, but what they said was true. And everybody asked me, say, what you do, because you're 90-some years old and the way you look. I said, I did everything you did. I said, the work of the Lord brought me this far. Now, and the works of the Lord had me through. I thank y'all very, very much.
All right, next on our agenda is the approval of the minutes.
Mayor, I would like to move that we approve the minutes. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call for the question.
Councilmember Peterson. Abstain. Abstain, sorry. Councilmember Pete,
Yes.
Councilmember Fields,
Yes.
Councilmember Young,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miles. I abstain. Vice Mayor Nickerson,
Due to my absence for that meeting, I abstain.
Mayor Woods.
Yes.
Motion's passed.
Okay. All right, next on our meeting agenda is a presentation on Director of Recreation and Civic Engagement. Oh, huh? Oh, sorry, excuse me. Citizen comments. Was it citizens signed up, Madam Clerk, to speak and to get comments? Sorry.
Yes, I have one citizen that signed up to speak, Jeremiah Burns.
Okay. Mr. Jeremiah Burns, are you here? I didn't see him.
Yeah, I did talk.
Okay. All right. Okay, we'll close out citizen comment period. All right, now we'll move to reports. Mr. Vines.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Town Council, Town Manager, good evening to everyone. So I'd like to provide an update on the strategic priorities and a department update. And this presentation is going to provide an overview based on the sections listed in the presentation highlights on your screen. I will provide a brief overview of each section and metrics when applicable. This is a very comprehensive deck slide, so my goal is just to simply highlight the key points, but you have the actual content to be able to review as you see fit. So we're going to start with administrative infrastructure.
Mr. Vines, give me a second. I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute recess.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll take a 5-minute recess, give people a chance to reset.
Uncle Charlie, leave it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good job.
Yes, yes. Need a show? Need a show? Who is talking to? Stop it. I don't think what time I got here.
What's that? All right. All right, Mr. Vines, the floor is yours.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Sorry.
So,
Wanted to give him time to walk out.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's not a problem at all. So we will start with. That's all. Yeah, I think we're good. So I'm going to talk pretty briskly. So if you need me to stop, just let me know. But I want to make sure that I don't hold you, but that we cover as much essential information as possible. So from the administrative infrastructure development side, anytime you have a new department, there are certain elements of the department that need to be created and implemented. Creating the administrative, financial, and procedural infrastructure for the department is key in creating a sustainable, well-managed, and well-maintained department and staff. So the above listed documents or documents that you have on your screen are key building blocks in the process of building the foundation of the department, and most of those documents have been implemented in our environment. Next, we'll go to personnel. We continue to strive to have a fully staffed department. We currently have one vacant position, which is our manager position, and we are currently recruiting for that. The administrative assistant position has been filled. That employee started on February 10th, and we are looking forward to having a fully staffed department in the very near future. Moving on to facilities. The department has made great strides to improve the aesthetics and maintenance of our facilities. This includes community centers and parks. We've made improvements in park beautification, maintenance, and amenity enhancements. We've had our community centers deep cleaned. We've improved aesthetics, the size of programmable space and rentable space, the cleanliness of the rentable spaces, and we've enhanced customer service provision. Lastly, we also moved the department staff into Suite 300 at the Town Hall building. So thank you, Council and Town Manager, because we have an awesome work environment to be in. And these pictures just show a couple of quick clips of top left, Jeff Simpson Community Center, some of the amenities we added at Garrison Park, top right, and then views of our office space at the bottom. So continuing facilities, next steps, we plan to continue to implement additional planning to properly maintain and enhance our outdoor and indoor facilities and use our existing marketing strategies to bring increased community awareness to our facilities so that we can increase usage. So our performance metrics include increasing facility rentals and tracking facility usage, facility rental revenue, facility attendance, using designated reports to support metrics evaluation. So we're going to move on to department programming. Our team has been working hard to develop quality programming. And quality programming development is directly tied to many of the administrative infrastructure documents that I mentioned earlier in the presentation. Our team is working hard to continue to develop the programming infrastructure. We've met with various community partners to start setting up specific program offerings to our citizens. That includes the school system, community stakeholders, businesses, nonprofits, and other associations. So we currently have an active community program survey and circulation in the community. We're continuing to spread the word about the survey so we can get as much input and engagement to steer program development and to achieve the goal of collecting 100 surveys from the community. We plan to continue to prepare to go live with programming implementation, which will happen in the second session of our winter-spring season. And that is March through April in that timeframe. And if you see the slide in front of you, we have created our actual 2025 programs schedule, which outlines when activities will take place. They're basically their timeframes. And again, the second session of the winter spring season is March 7th through April 29th. And the planned programs can take place anytime during this timeframe based on enough time to make sure we have time to advertise those programs. This slide also displays the potential program ideas that we're currently working on coordinating. I continue to plan to align program budgets with program planning for the remainder of this fiscal year and to fine tune the budget planning for programs for the 2026 fiscal year. So we look forward to receiving programs development input from our Youth Advisory Committee and from our community survey input. And so the goal to have 4 of the programs from the list on the previous slide implemented for session 2 of the winter spring is what we're looking to obtain. 4 programs that are rising to the top of the list as a financial literacy open mic, an ESL class expansion, sensory-friendly fun hour events, and a field hockey clinic. And once again, those are just 4 to start. The other opportunities are in the planning stages for the summer and fall winter seasons, which is May through December. I'm working on establishing a goal of how many of those remaining activities and opportunities on that list will be implemented and when we will do that. Transitioning to special events and civic engagement, this section has been a big focal point of the department for the last 9 months. And so through the fall and early winter of 2024, we hosted a variety of successful community and holiday events that continue to engage the community and bring fun, recreation, and useful information to the lives of our citizens. So on each slide, you'll see the event name and the number of attendants at that event. We had 62 attendees at our Pink and Purple event, 93 at our first ever Dumfries Business Expo. Our tree lighting event had over 700 people attend. Our sensory-friendly lunch was extremely well received by the community. We had 92 attend that event. Our holiday parade brought over 1,200 parade goers and over 200 parade participants. So we continue to have fun at our special events. So as we continue to plan our civic engagement opportunities, we now have the ability to proactively plan for future events using after-action reports, planning organization documents, and utilizing the knowledge and planning that actually experiencing each of those events provides. The department implemented 22 special events from February of 2024 to December of 2025 with record numbers of event participants at many of those events. And our top 3 events as far as attendance were our Juneteenth celebration with over 1,800 attending, our July 4th fireworks show with over 1,200 attending, and our fall festival with over 1,100 attending. So next steps, we will continue to implement measures to manage the special events budget and the amenities and attractions that we hire, plan proactively for upcoming events, and explore opportunities to create alternative funding support for ongoing special event operations. And so we attribute much of the success of our events to our ability to utilize our marketing plan strategies to engage the community and provide access to event information to the underserved parts of our community. As we plan for 2026 special events, we are excited about our progress and the continued opportunity to bring the community together. So going into our senior population, our seniors continue to bring the community together, and they are the joy of our department. They continue to support us as we continue to provide opportunities for them to stay active and engaged. And so our seniors participate in our senior luncheons. We have those once a month. They rode the float at the parade for our 50th annual parade and had a ball doing that. And then they're the main reason why we were able to support the police department in the creation of the Triad program. So we're looking forward to continuing to grow that program. We'll be sending out flyers to promote our senior activities, and we also plan to re-release the senior program survey that we had to gauge community input and activities that our seniors would like us to implement. And so the next section of our presentation, our seniors enjoy, and so do many people that come from near and far. It is our Market on Main Dumfries Farmers Market. And so the 2024 market had its growing pains and its challenges, but the location transition to Main Street has been well received by the community, attendees, and vendors. There's a great deal of planning and program reorganization and redevelopment that's currently underway with the farmers market. So the vendor application will be open for vendor registration within the next 5 days, and we're going to continue to prepare them for market opening and operations, which is going to be Saturday, April the 19th. That's going to be our first day of operating. And so the after action report for the farmers market was completed. So the 2024 market saw an average of 100 attendees per Saturday. We had 31 registered vendors. Not all of those 31 came every Saturday. We probably averaged about 8 to 10 vendors a Saturday. And so we're working hard to identify more produce vendors to take place in this year's market. Farmers performance metrics, we continue to operate and grow all aspects of the market. As we do that, we're going to have staff attend training with local and state agencies to enhance our knowledge to improve our market operations and planning. We also plan to create a more market visibility to attract more market appropriate vendors and increase community foot traffic. And we also plan to continue working with the USDA, the Virginia Farmers Market Association, Virginia Fresh Market, and the Virginia Community Food Connections organization to get our SNAP and EBT program back in service. All right, so, moving to our youth programs components. Our youth intern program will be ending at the end of February. The program format will be reorganized and reintroduced with the application submission starting in late spring, early summer. And once again, that'll be for a summer position working with the rec department. So we had a great intern success story. One of our interns was a high school senior, has achieved the opportunity of transitioning from the intern program to an actual part-time position with the department. And so they'll be working with the rec department and with HR. They will be working until they graduate in June. At that time, they'll be going to the Navy to serve our country. So congratulations to them and great job. And we also want to thank all of our interns for their hard work and dedication. They did an outstanding job. So the previously planned Youth Council program will now be the Dumfries Youth Advisory Committee. So the original town attorney approved Youth Council manual has been updated with the amendments from the resolution to amend the original resolution. The manual has been resubmitted to the town attorney for review and approval. The new program format includes the opportunity for adults in the community to volunteer and participate alongside our youth population. So we have received interest in participating with the committee from the community with receipt of several letters of interest. And we're going to have our first interest meeting on February the 27th at 7 p.m. So we can provide more information about the program to those individuals. And we'll more than likely start formal advertising for applications for our youth population to be a part of it in March. Moving to our marketing plan, marketing to our community has been a key component in enhancing town and department visibility. And so the department has developed a robust marketing plan, which includes a host of marketing strategies. This includes sending flyers through our local schools, that's hard copies and emails in English and Spanish, and then roadside banners in every part of town. Many of the market strategies have been implemented already. We still have a host of strategies that are in the developmental stages that includes our department website content on the town website. And so we're working quickly to put that together so we can use that as a tool to get the word out more to the public. And then also continuing to identify more opportunities to bring awareness to town events, meetings, and programs to our underserved neighborhoods. So we had 776 app downloads in 2024, and that number continues to grow. And we plan to continue to capture performance metrics and data such as this to demonstrate the effectiveness and impact of our marketing plan and strategies in the community. So moving to community outreach and volunteers, this section has been a strategic priority that we've been committed to enhance helping bring the community together. And so the focus on developing relationships and partnerships with governmental agencies and non-governmental agencies has been accelerated as we take advantage of critical planning time here at the beginning of the year in January and February. We've connected with various parts of the community to plan and coordinate upcoming events and programs. And then part of that planning includes continuing to work with Sheehy Ford to secure our 15-passenger van. That's going to be a key component in enhancing future programming opportunities. And as mentioned earlier, we currently have a community programming survey circulating in the community. On this slide, you'll be able to see some of the other community surveys that we put out. Our movie night movie survey, asking the community to let us know what the movie they want to see, event feedbacks from our fall festival, our senior program survey, and our current community survey that we have out. So we're continuing our efforts to bring awareness to our survey opportunities to maximize capturing survey responses. We're also working to establish a solid volunteer base for the department by contacting potential volunteers and volunteer agencies now, well ahead of our volunteer-based events. And so that concludes the presentation. I want to thank you for your time and be happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Listen, congratulations. You got through all 46 in under 20 minutes. I'm proud of you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. With regard to the Youth Advisory Council, do we have an established process for how those applications will be vetted and the appointments will be made?
Yes, ma'am. So from the youth component, yes, we do. As far as the adults, because we added that in, I'm going to allow adults, the only prerequisites I have for them is to be from the town of Dumfries, to reside in the town of Dumfries and have a background check. But there is a formal process for the youth bringing their application to HR and going through an interview process.
Okay, and for the adults, so the appointments to this committee, then this is not going to be similar to the appointments that are made to the other boards and commissions, or it will be? That's what I'm asking, because what Mr. Vines just said does not sound like it is the same process that we have for appointments to boards and commissions.
Ma'am, it will follow the same process for appointments to boards and commissions. We have received approximately 5 letters of interest. What we will do is bring them back to council and allow council to make a approval or denial of the people on the board.
Thank you. And with that said, I know here recently, there was a lot of back and forth about an appointment made to a board and there's conflict on different boards and what have you. I think it's time that we reevaluate that process so that we can avoid those types of mishaps, because I think it was rather embarrassing to offer an appointment or allow an appointment and then have to retract it and have to go back and what have you. So I'd like to see us establish a process that is documented and repeatable to avoid those sort of mishaps in the future.
Yes, ma'am. We are also in the process of updating the applications for boards and commissions to include more information. So that'll be coming as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Mr. Vines. Great job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilman Young.
Yes, and to echo what Vice Mayor said, great presentation. Thank you, sir. I do have a question though, is that what challenges do you anticipate that would prevent any of these programs or classes from continuing, moving forward, or that would prevent the success of it?
Finding individuals to run it, making sure that we have enough staff to supervise them, because some of the programs I've met with Prince William County Parks and Rec, we're looking at using some of their facilities. And so I'm still working through some of the logistics of, are they going to have custodians on site, or is it going to be our staff that has to do it? So there's sort of key components like that that may hamper some of the timing of getting things implemented, but we're working through all of those logistical issues in the background. So it's just small planning items like that, where we just have to continue to work with our community partners, make sure that we are able to take care of the environments that we have our programs in, because some of our programs are going to be field usage with Prince William County Schools. It may be an inside gym use, or it may be at Jeff Simpson or be at Garrison. So with the ESL class, we've approached the Virginia Literacy that does that class. They're willing to expand classes. It's a pretty easy implementation because they have staff. They actually have the ability to run the class. All we have to do is open the building and make sure that they have a clean facility. So just some of those logistical items are things that we have to work through.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilman Pete.
Mr. Vines, I want to say thank you for that presentation. And I actually want to take a step back and say thank you from the day you've arrived. And understanding the challenges that you had to face when you got here, and just monitoring, because I'm the Park and Recreations guy, right? So, but monitoring how you have moved and just tasked those challenges, and you do it with ease. That's amazing. I just want to say thank you for stepping up to that. I'm watching you. I'm watching you take on what we used to take on with 7 people, right? So, and I just want to say thank you for stepping up to the challenge and continue. I would support that. Okay, so moving forward with these questions here, with my concerns and matters and upgrades here. Starting off with the special events, right? I see that there's a field day. What was it? The field, where we at? Field hockey, something like that. Field hockey day right here.
Field hockey clinic, yes.
Okay, so in moving that, we missed it on bringing the special events back. I would like to know, town manager, if we can move to include what we used to have back in the day at Garrison Park. Was we used to have a community field day event, to where we had where we reached out to the elementary schools and the middle schools, not the high schools. We pretty much kept it at the lower level. And I got pictures. There was an amazing day right there. I would like to see if we could bring that back or merge that that field hockey event with that day. We had the tug of war going on, the 3-point contest. It was just some fun. We had the what was it? Face painter out there, the little balloon maker thing. It was a lot, almost like a field day that you would have like at an elementary school or middle school, but we had it here within the town at Garrison. Also to move on to the, going back to the holiday parade, for the Christmas parade. With our seniors, I got message that our seniors were really cold on that day. If we can get them, if we're going, I believe that there's ones that are selected to go on the float, if we can get them in the cars like the council did, that would be awesome right there, because they were cold. And with the Dumfries Market on Main, I've been keeping close eyes to that and bringing that back to the town and just monitoring that and the participation there. And then understanding moving forward that we'll be moving our bulk of our traffic that attracts that gathers that attraction to that event. We'll be moving that traffic onto the other side of Route 1 here when we widen the roads. But moving forward, I would like to see if we can entertain or ask, see what we can do with moving this to the commuter lot, to where that there's a bulk of traffic right there. And I believe that we can have I don't know the name, but I just threw a name out there, Dumfries Market at the corner or something like that. You know, because what I see when I'm at that light at 234 conjunction, I see a whole lot of traffic there. Just to throw that in consideration, maybe we could, maybe we can't, but I would like to look into that to see if we can move on that. And then also with understanding that you will have to use some of the other facilities to host some of these events. I would like to see if we can get some feedback, town manager, on as we move on the recreation, on the Clyde and Washington building, where we will be at with the indoor basketball gym there, to where we can host our own right here within the town. I know that was one of the acts of was it Churchill Downs? If we could include their logo within the gym space at that time when they were asking of that. Yes. All right. 2, 3, 4. And Mr. Vines, that is all I have right there. Let me make sure I'm covered. Yes, that's all I have right there. And again, I just want to say thank you for the presentation. Excellent job that you're doing. Continue to stay on track. You're doing an awesome job for the residents and surrounding communities for this town of Dumfries, sir. Thank you. You're welcome.
In your presentation, you talked about more foot traffic on Main Street. Say a little bit more about that. How are you gonna do more foot traffic on Main Street?
So the goal is that with the market on Main, just trying to increase the amount of people that we have. One of my goals has been from the beginning, just any events that we have, just trying to find a way to polarize the community to get them to be there. And so the marketing plan has included banners, getting to the school system and getting flyers or electronic flyers to the schools, putting A-frames in neighborhoods with, information on them. I'm just finding creative ways to continue to try to get the word out about what we have going on. So in talking about the actual farmers market, it's just following that same mindset as far as just getting more people to come to our events. That's the goal. Just exposing people so they have more opportunity to get to the awesome opportunities that we provide.
Okay. And can you speak a little bit more about the van that you're looking at with the dealership? Is that you looking to be a donation, or is this something we're looking to do a capital improvement project with, or tell us a little bit more about that?
So last fiscal year, I believe the previous council member had made a statement while we were here to purchase a 15-passenger van to assist with the Boys and Girls Club. We actually did go out, did a procurement, ordered the van. It has not come in yet.
Oh, okay.
So it's been since last fiscal year, sir.
Okay, so yeah, I heard them. That's good. All right. So then, now, so that's going to be driven by our department, or is this a part of a bigger transportation plan?
So the vehicle will belong to our department when we have to work out some logistics as it relates to how to coordinate that between the Boys and Girls Club and the town of Dumfries. But it will be a town vehicle at the recreation and civic engagement department. So they will be responsible for the vehicle, sir.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know. All right. All right.
And ultimately that vehicle can also be used for our senior programs as well.
Okay. And I can send you out the information on the VDOT lot. We probably won't be able to put a farmer's market there without a law change happening in the state legislature, because VDOT does not allow no selling of anything. The only law that got changed, and McPike introduced this back in 2014, was to allow food trucks in there so that they could buy camera equipment to monitor the cars that was getting broken in, but they didn't allow for us to have a farmer's market there. So we'll have to add that as a part of our legislative agenda and see if they can include farmers markets into the legislation. But as far as us being able to rent out the lot, they won't let us sell anything in that lot over there. It's not a food truck, so just FYI on that. Councilman P.
Thank you, Mayor. Town manager, can you give me clarity on the usage of the 15-passenger van once it gets here?
Yes. The van will be utilized for our senior programs. It will be utilized to transport our youth around for different programs. And we also will help assist the Boys and Girls Club as needed.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Young.
Yes, I do have one quick question when it comes down to the 15-passenger van. Will it be handicap accessible or is it just for the seniors?
We're working on the handicap accessibility side of it. One of the difficulties with it not being ordered when it was supposed to is that you have 2025 prices based on a 2024 budget. So I've been working with Sheehy to make sure that we can put together the vehicle that we want at the pricing that we deserve. We're just at a point now where, I did a pulse check with them because the vehicle was supposed to be like a 5 to 8 month turnaround time. And so about 5 months, I think we ordered it in July, right before the June, right before the turn of the fiscal year. Checked back with them in December, and that's when I found out that it hadn't been ordered, and then went through all of the ins and outs of why it hadn't. With all of that said, AD accessible is a part of it. It's just trying to make sure we are able to work through all of the issues. At this point, if we don't get it soon, we just ask for a refund. That may be an option, but I have to look to TM for guidance on that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilman P., you have something?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Town manager, as far as going back to this bus, I'm sitting here getting a little puzzled here. And as I hear the Boys and Girls Club will be utilizing it as necessary, throw some concerns out there, because as I look at wear and tear and that they already have vehicles, I believe that we closely monitor and be careful with how we lend that vehicle out, because once any damage is done or any wear and tear is done, that'll be on the town itself. And like I said, they have 3 to 4 already, I think it is, if I'm not mistaken. They don't have a big van, but they have 3 to 4 vehicles that they are already allowed to use. I just don't want this to get a little carried away to where the Boys and Girls kind of take it over and just run it. That's where I'm at.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
Just
sir.
for clarity. Thank you, Town
Thank you.
Manager.
Town manager, the AD accessibility side with the 15 passenger is also sometimes hard to find too, because sometimes they're sort of limited with the model of the van. So there's a lot we're working through, but we'll make sure that we address that.
Last question, and it just deals with the civic engagement. Outside of the Prince William County Parks and Recs Department and their tourism, what other, local organizations have you been able to really connect with and build with for us?
School system has been phenomenal. I'm just making in routes with them to actually get the flyers out to meet the principals. I've been meeting with the local principals here, talking about different program opportunities at Dumfries. I think it's Triangle. I'm going next month to meet with their, I think they call it the parent teacher, PTO. They have a different dynamic for it, but going to talk to the actual parents to get information as far as what they want to see. Met with Graham Park's principal. So I've got to start with the high schools, but just making in routes with them, just the different local businesses, taking opportunities to try to, work on sponsorship opportunities. I've also met with 2 or 3 citizens in reference to forming a Juneteenth planning branch. So we actually just work together to actually get more community support for the Juneteenth event. So they're helping me talk to the schools and seeing how we can get community support from the actual school system and the students, different church choirs, and just different things to help put a more community-based effort into the actual Juneteenth program. Talk to consultants who work in therapeutic recreation. So just a lot of different community partners to include the recreation department and local businesses, just trying to find the opportunities to partner to create more opportunity for us.
All right, thank you. All right, next on our agenda is a presentation from Mr. James Nichols, the Director of Public Works, and he'll present on the vision for the beautification program. So Nicholas, the floor is yours. And yours is pretty good. You only got 16 pages. Thumbs up.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Yes, I'm gonna try and make this short. We do have just a few slides, and I'm gonna go with more of a higher view of what we have here. Earlier in the fall, we presented the Public Works Strategic Plan. This is a second phase of that, which we're looking at the beautification plan as it applies to the town, and looking at 3 primary areas, which is visual appeal, preserving the historic charm of the town, and pushing community pride and making that more of a driving force in this. This plan is broken up over 4 years, looking at the implementation, of course, focusing on green spaces and landscaping. How do we improve that? Looking at infrastructure and its improvements, incorporating public art, cultural integration, focusing on community engagement as well as environmental sustainability. Core objectives under this is broken down into 5 areas. And I'm sorry, I'm going blind. I can't see the screen. We're looking at the public spaces, focus on aesthetics and usability, making sure that not only are the places looking good, but they're usable for the community. Promoting sustainable and environmental friendly beautification efforts. So trying to make it more holistic, incorporating life cycle uses in how we look at the environment. Preserving the historical character in town, strengthening economic development through beautification, working with our businesses, trying to get them to be more of a partner with the town versus just a member of the town. Encouraging community participation and local business involvement is key. As we move to look at improving the green spaces, we want to look at focusing on native species, looking at seasonal plantings and how to beautify throughout the year, not just focusing on spring or summer, but throughout the whole season. And of course, looking at our roadside, because again, a curb appeal is what attracts people. So if you look at a broken window effect, eliminating that by cleaning up areas and having it appealing, you invite more people to come, stay longer, do business in that area. Infrastructure and streetscape improvements are surrounding around maintaining what we already have, taking care of the streets, looking at how do we take care of our trees and things of that nature, but then also the cleanliness, street sweeping, preserving the areas that we have, the parks and stuff like that. Looking at incorporating different art, murals, things of that nature where it's more inviting, it's more lively, it's more vibrant. Signage and wayfinding is key to getting a community to move about and having people come through, understand what they're looking for, making it easy to find, and of course, colors, incorporating vibrant looking signage so that way people feel at home and feel welcome. upgrading our sidewalks and pathways. Many of our sidewalks throughout town have issues with ADA accessibility, unevenness of sidewalks being just older and not maintained. So these are some of the things that we want to look at, and also focusing on connectivity between our streets as well as the new improved Route 1 over to Main Street, and how we're able to get people to be able to flow without vehicles and hopefully with bicycles or scooters, things of that nature, to reduce down the impact of cars on the road. Decorative street lights and benches is another way to incorporate some newness or aesthetics into an area, make it more inviting, make it where people can walk through an area and feel that leisure aspect of it, be able to sit down, take in the sights, look at what's going on, but it activates the site and makes it more inviting as well as safe. Keys to this plan is basically life cycles, looking at assets and goods. How do we take it from cradle to grave? Looking at how do we incorporate the life cycle of these products, improving them, whether it's infiltration on your water, going into the ground through permeable pavements to rain gardens, things of that nature. Looking at biodiversity, how do we improve our natural environment, but still make it up to date and inviting? Recycling initiatives, we got to get away from that old way of thinking of recycling. Come up with creative ways that we could put this stuff back to use. So some things might be looking at organic gardens, things of that nature. We got to be creative with this and make people a part of the solution. And here's how we do this in this life cycle and improve the environment. Adopting energy efficient lighting in spaces, switching to more of your LEDs and things of that nature. That's some stuff that we're working on with Dominion, as well as Prince William County, looking for some opportunities that we could improve in the lighting in the town without creating light pollution. So that's kind of key. Expanding community engagement is going to be key. One of the things that we're proposing is developing some sort of a grant program to get the community and citizens involved, get them to invest back into the area, put forth the effort or that sweat equity to help improve. Looking at starting some sort of community beautification challenges. You know, nothing gets people going more than, you know, some sort of a rivalry, or you got to make it where there's a win out of it and there's a win-win for everyone involved. Volunteer programs and recognition. Acknowledge our people, bring them in, put them up in council, bring them to the different activities that we have, promote it and show how this is working and helping improve the community. Smart and sustainable enhancements, everything from green roofs to solar power. Basically, what we're looking at is connecting technology and nature. And how do we get the two to work together to move us down the line and make this a more sustainable and green type of a community? Those are things that we're looking at and really trying to push forward. Public art and cultural integration, tying into the historical nature of the town, putting up the markers for the historical places that we have, making sure that it's identified, making sure that it's part of perhaps the trail system that comes through, making these items more identifiable and promote them. So those are things that we could do there. Then as far as the rotating art displays, coming up with programs where we're featuring maybe our young artists in the town or local artists, and we come up with ways to perhaps display their art similar to what was done on the bus stops, but make this a more of a reoccurring program and create maybe some areas where we could feature the art and it's incorporated into when we do different events at the parks, or perhaps once we get to the Clyde Washington, creating different areas there where this art can be focused at. Seasonal event based enhancements, of course, looking at the seasonal flower displays, but also looking at opportunities as we upgrade the lights, maybe putting flower baskets or things of that nature to enhance Main Street, but looking at opportunities throughout town as well to incorporate some of those types of features. One of the key things that we were looking at is how do we include some sort of a beautification festival, whether it's tied in with maybe Juneteenth or 4th of July. How do we incorporate this theme of beautification into a bigger holiday or time of year and make that a themed process? Infrastructure upgrades. Again, we're looking at trying to reduce down vehicles, trying to get people more mobile. So when we talk about multimodal communities, biking, things of that nature, do we have features within the community where perhaps a bike repair set up at the parks or something of that nature? But then looking at opportunities as we improve Main Street and some of your major crossways, can we include some sort of artistic values or assets at those intersections to actually bring that to life a little bit? Moving forward, this plan, staff would like to put forth and present at another time the suggestion of creating a Beautifying with Love committee for the town of Dumfries to help be the guiding force behind a lot of these improvements. So being able to create some of the ideas, being able to do some of the legwork of building that momentum within the community, getting that input and feedback, that's one of the thoughts that this committee can really help with, and then be able to be that conduit back to council periodically throughout the year, whether we look at them holding once a month meetings on a regular basis, but then reporting back to council perhaps maybe 3 times a year and giving feedback on specific topics or programs or projects that's being worked on. As I mentioned earlier, this is a 4-year implementation plan that we have. Of course, the first year is creating that foundation in the startup. The second year, we would be looking at how do we grow that program and expand it and enhance it. Third year, we're looking at pushing more on the engagement, getting really in the weeds with the community, getting that feedback, and then starting to really celebrate some of the achievements that we've done during year 1, year 2, and as this program gets a little bit more successful. And of course, in year 4, we'd be evaluating, but then also planning for that future growth and development of that committee and hopefully some of the areas within the town. Funding for a program like this can come from a variety of different ways. Of course, the town's budget itself and through allocations, but also being able to look for sponsorships and opportunities to connect with businesses and other organizations, but then also taking advantage of state and federal grants as they're available. And of course, pushing volunteerism and creating that buy-in and community ownership will make this successful. In conclusion, a well-executed beautification plan will enrich the quality of life in Dumfries, attract visitors, support economic growth through strategic improvements, community engagement, and sustainable efforts. Dumfries will continue to be welcome welcoming, visually appealing town for residents and visitors alike. Questions?
Now you made me have to apologize to Mr. Vines. I'm sorry. He beat you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So I am very happy to see the engagement and incentives. Prior to your tenure, this was something that I requested that we figure out a way to partner with our business community and our residents along Main Street, because we can do everything we can in our public spaces, but it is important that the residents and the businesses along Main Street participate, and incentives or figuring out a program that will encourage them to participate and even incentivize them is something that I requested a long time ago from the dais. So I'm very happy to see that this is a part of the plan going forward, and it's something that you're working toward. I also love the arts and cultural integration. I am an advocate for the arts, so I'm really happy to see that as well, because that in itself also presents an opportunity for our residents to be involved. And I feel like when people are involved in what goes on in their communities, then they have a greater sense of pride, to the points that you made earlier. So I like where you're going with this, and I look forward to the results. Thank you.
Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, Mr. Nichols, for this wonderful presentation. I've been a strong advocate for town beautification along with Councilman Peak for many years. So I'm glad to see a plan come into fruition, because, you know, beautification and how the area looks affects so much about your physical health and your mental health and things of that nature. So I just want to say great job, and I'm looking forward to all of this. Thank you.
Councilman Peak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Town of Dumfries Beautifying with Love Committee. That's amazing, y'all. Let's get ready. Acknowledging people, Mr. Tabor, first let me start off by saying, I say that all the time. Mr. James, I'm gonna start saying James. Mr. James, Mr. Ray, y'all, you guys are knocking these presentations out today, and I just want to say thank you guys for putting in the work to present us these presentations like this. This is amazing and awesome at the same time. I do want to move on to say that acknowledging our people within the town while they helping out with the beautification. Now that's a proclamation for you, huh? Okay, so moving forward, I didn't hear anything, but I do want to include this also, because as I look at Garrison Park and I see the attraction is growing. Our numbers are definitely growing at our events, right? And that was one of the gears, was to bring our people back together after the COVID. We like almost 7 a.m. past that, but we're moving on that, and our numbers are growing. So I would like to see if we can look into, town manager, adding additional parking spaces for our Garrison Park here, because I see one of the challenges that we're having when we're having our events is that we're having citizens parking across the street, down the street. And, you know, I know we won't be able to put 1,000 parking lots, but if we can just look into it to see where we're at with that, please. Okay, moving forward with that. Now, town manager, Mr. Tabor, town manager, Mr. James, my apology again. There is a house right past Rio's Tattoo, just right before the animal hospital, right there on the right, that's been standing and sitting on our main road. And it's, I don't know what's going on with that house. If they just pause and stop working on it, well, if they didn't put the vinyl on there to do the finishing touches on it. But it's right just past Rio's Tattoo. I think it's like the third house down, right just before the animal hospital, right there to the right. We can look into that to see where they at with that position there, because it's been for a couple of years just sitting there. I don't know if they just left, stopped, or what, but if we can look into that also. Moving forward, I support the idea of moving our lights into the LED sector, right? Because we have multiple dim spots within our town, and I believe as far as for safety concerns, as we're starting to move on infrastructure of our sidewalks and widening some of our sidewalks, and even bringing new improvements to our Route 1 widening, if we can also, I support you looking into bringing our lights a little brighter and a lot of our areas. Pretty much, I would like to see it throughout the whole town because we're going to have a lot of people walking around here once we get these sidewalks moving. And so we can be a little proactive on that and, dive into these brightening these lights. I appreciate that also. Now the art. I like the idea of utilizing the citizens in the recycling sector to turn our arts into some sculpture things and to move them around town and possibly put them at our parks and things like that. I do want to include though that let's not leave out Merchants Park. We do have that third one up there on the hill there. Then we also additionally have the scenic park. We haven't named it yet, or if they're going to name, or how does that go? And we can also see if we can work with Colonia Down, because in a couple of years that'll be our park, to see if we can start moving some of that sculptures there also as we're moving forward. I believe, Mr. Tabor, again, that is all I have, and that was a great presentation. I want to say, Mr. James Nichols, you guys. Again, thank you for the presentation. Great presentation. Again, Mr. Ray Vines, Mr. James Nicholas, you guys have knocked these presentations out the park, and I thank you guys for doing the due diligence for this town of Dumfries. Thank you.
Councilman Young.
Mr. Nichols, thank you so much for your presentation. Just want to know, well, first of all, great presentation. And I like your plan as far as moving forward. Is there any way possible to add in to hold businesses accountable to their own lots of keeping it clean and keeping it up? I do, we drive through it, pretty much every day. So we do see a few businesses in town that are not going out to, clean off their particular lots. So just want to know if there's a way that we can hold them accountable for them cleaning off their own lots.
So Councilmember Young, yes, we can. We can use code enforcement to do that. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. This beautification plan and committee is it's been an ongoing conversation in the town for about 40 years. It was started early by the McLaughlin family, who planted all the trees along Main Street. So those were planted by a beautification committee. On my council, the very own Ms. Gwen Washington Council talked about bringing back beautification and giving out beautification awards, and we started acknowledging businesses, myself, who were exemplifying beautification standards. The one thing I didn't see, and I'm glad Councilman Pete brought up in the plan, was blighted property. Right. So, up there to address the blight. Right. We I don't know about council, but our council get about 20 calls a month about the White House next to the town hall and what's going on with that and type of stuff like that. So I know that's one of the biggest questions on this Main Street that I get, and all of that type of stuff there. Then additional, when we talk about, beautification, we're going to talk about a community garden, which includes more than foods, right? It includes flowers, it includes all of that other type of stuff. And we've had like 100 presentations from one community member on, no, not 100, but we've had several communications about this community garden. I definitely like to see us to model this behavior as we push it out. We push it out and take care of all of the areas that we own and control, all of our right of ways and things like that we control. We have 4 months left in this fiscal year, and the council has budgeted money this year towards beautification. So to have seen a plan and a budget with how we're going to roll out what we can kind of control right now when it comes to beautification, right? Because you talked about some big projects, so I think we can really control that. The one thing that really excited me is because all of the historical markers around town have Prince William County's logo on it. And so for us to establish our own historical marker program, if we begin to establish those guidelines and get that rocking and rolling, because there's a lot of locations in town that we can kind of commemorate as a historical site and to be able to market with this type of thing. So very, very thorough. I would like to definitely see some numbers with it, right? I seen some projections, but I didn't see like how much it's different stuff could call, because we're going into budget season, right? So you got a year 1, year 2, year 3, but we didn't see any concrete numbers like this is going to cost about this is going to cost about that, so like a little cost breakdown, and definitely what we can spend the money that we have in our budget currently to kind of start to spruce up a lot of our areas in our parks now to begin to get ready. So thank you again for putting the pieces of the puzzle together for us and bringing back a long-term tradition that this community wants to see. Councilman Pete.
Just an additional, Mr. Tabor. Just an additional, Mr. Nicholas, right? I didn't hear it, but I seen it in the presentation. I just wanted to make sure that we don't omit this. The town signages as we enter the town. I know we speak about it a lot, but I just really want to highlight that we look into that, upgrading those.
That was part of your wayfinding and coming up with a more strategic way of doing that.
Perfect.
And
Perfect.
The other follow-up was on the lighting. I am working on getting a night lighting survey done. I'm hoping to hear by the end of the week when we'll have it done. So that is being looked at right now. So
thank you there, Mr. James. Again, great presentation.
All right, next on our agenda is a presentation from the Director of Planning and Economic Development, Mr. Reginald Tabor. The floor is yours, sir.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Chair Pro Tem, and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to share information about the Department of Planning, Community, and Economic Development. First, a little bit about who we are. Staff-wise, I am the director of the department, and we have a zoning administrator, Ms. Sandra Robinson, not our town attorney. We also work closely with our boards and commissions, the Planning Commission, the Architectural Review Board, and the Board of Zoning Appeals. And we sincerely thank each member for their time and service, which is very invaluable to the work that we do. So much of the work that we do includes the administrative review and approval of permits and plan applications, site inspections to ensure compliance with federal, state, and town regulations and plans. The work that we do is very, very similar to a team sport, and we rely on collaboration with town residents, with the town council, with the boards and commissions, with other professionals in neighboring jurisdictions, and of course with the town manager and colleagues in other town departments, the esteemed members of our staff that you just heard from. So what we do, the department is responsible for helping the town develop and achieve the vision and goals of the town's comprehensive plan, ensure physical development is compliant with federal, state, and town laws. And key organizational units include municipal planning, zoning administration, and economic development. Our mission is to promote the continuous development of a livable and economically thriving community through effective urban planning, community, and economic development practices. And this is a list of some of the processes and procedures that we undergo and administer. Under planning, the comp plan as mentioned, subdivisions, zoning, plan review, and permits and variances with regard to community development, housing, and livability. And under economic development, business retention and expansion, business attraction, and workforce development. With regard to site plans, there is language in both the Virginia and town codes which define the responsibilities of towns and other jurisdictions to require site plans for development in their respective communities. And the site plan is used to review a project's compatibility with its environment, review the ability of the project's traffic circulation system to provide for convenient, safe, internal and external movement of vehicles and pedestrians, to review the quality, quantity, utility, and type of project's required community facilities, to review the location and adequacy of the project's provision for drainage and utilities, and we review and approve landscaping, lighting, and parking. This is a list of site plans that were reviewed, some of the site plans that were reviewed and approved in 2024. The Harbor at Quantico Creek, which is the senior residential development, the Aris on Main, which is a proposed residential development next door that is currently under review. Town Square Phase 4, we're awaiting that site plan, and Wawa, we did approve that site plan some time ago. The Rose, we had approved the site plan for the park and also for the Route 1, Route 234 interchange improvements. With regard to subdivisions, subdivisions are also defined in the Virginia Code and town codes. And they provide a guide for the change that occurs when land is developed for residential, business, or industrial purposes. They provide assurance that the purchasers of lots are buying a commodity that is suitable for the development and use that they intend. And we make possible the provision of public services in a safe, adequate, and efficient manner. This is a list of subdivisions that were approved in 2024. Again, for the Rose, the Route 1 and Route 234 interchange, Wawa, and the Harbor at Quantico Creek Community Center and residential project. And then zoning. Zoning provides for adequate light, air, convenience of access, and safety from fire, flood, and other dangers, reduces and prevents congestion in public streets, and facilitates the creation of a convenient, attractive, and harmonious community. It protects against the destruction of encroachment upon historic areas, and encourages economic development activities to provide desirable employment and enlarge the local tax base. This illustrates the town's zoning map, and we're responsible for updating and maintaining the zoning map, and that is by code, both Virginia and the town. And listed on the left are the various zoning districts that we have in the town, business, manufacturing or industrial, and residential. We also have a planned mixed-use development designation or district, and that is approved by council, and it provides flexibility for development of land. And we also have a historic overlay district, which is generally west of Main Street and north of Quantico Creek. This is a list of the 7 conditional use permits, proffered condition amendments, and rezonings that we approved in 2024. And this just illustrates the operations that the zoning administrator completed in 2024. It includes 314 calls and 422 zoning conversations. So I mentioned the comprehensive plan, which is a 20-year vision for the future of the town. and it reviews current conditions of the town and surrounding areas, and then recommends a series of visions, goals, policies, and actions to shape local government decisions over the next 2 decades. The Destination Dumfries 2024 plan identifies values, issues, and assets, goals and objectives, policies, strategies, and projects, and serves as a guide for growth and preservation. And the town has engaged with RHI Incorporated to assist us with the plan update. And the Virginia code requires that jurisdictions renew or update their comp plan every 5 years. We had a 2014 update and a 2019-2020 mini update. And this is our first comprehensive update since that time. This illustrates the future land use map, which will be updated in our comprehensive plan, and it is a component of the comprehensive plan, and it designates future land use throughout the town. Here we have color-coded designations for commercial, industrial, low-density residential, medium-density residential, mixed-use, open space, and office uses, as well as open and green space. So we are in the 4th phase of the comprehensive plan update, and we anticipate or plan to provide the draft plan for your consideration very soon. And this is the schedule. The public engagement period for the initial phase of the comp plan update concluded on December 14th. The public engagement period ended. It began December 14th and ended February 9th of 2025. The completion of the draft comprehensive plan will be March 3rd, and at that time we will provide copies of the draft plan to the council, planning commission, and also put it on our website for the public to review and provide comments. We will have our 4th and final steering committee meeting on March 17th. We will present the draft plan to a joint meeting of the town council and planning commission April 1st, and finalize and hopefully get the update adopted April 15th. These are the 9 elements or chapters of the comprehensive plan, and they include economic growth, neighborhoods and housing, land use and livability, parks and recreation, and historic resources and arts and culture, and others. Now, previously at a council meeting, there was a question raised about density, and I wanted to respond to that question and provide some additional information. And this information will hopefully be used in the comprehensive plan update process, because it really impacts the future of the town, and decisions about density and how dense the town council and the community want the town to be will reflect the development for the future of the town. Measures of density include population density, which are people per acre or people per square mile. Residential density, which includes units per acre, and commercial density, which includes square feet per acre, and often described as floor area ratio, or FAR. This illustrates comparable densities of the town and jurisdictions within the northern and central Virginia area. Next to the town density of 3,699 people per square mile is Prince William County's, and we can imagine and know that Prince William County has a significant amount of land, undeveloped land, and much more than our 1.5 square miles. And their density is significantly lower at 1,438 people per square mile. Fredericksburg is 2,677. Then a little bit higher than ours is Vienna. Then Fairfax City, Manassas City, Manassas Park at 5,675, and then the city of Alexandria at 10,677 people per square mile. And this is, again, just population density. And we can, again, think about the future of Dumfries and what type of town we want and what type of population density we want, and think about these other jurisdictions and learn or think whether or not we want to be like them or not like them in some cases, especially with regard to the population. So with regard to housing density, generally suburban density is 10 units per acre, and urban core density is 100 units per acre. Within our comprehensive plan, we have 3 designations of density: low density at 5 dwelling units per acre and below, medium density at 5.1 acres to 12 dwelling units per acre, then high density at 12.1 units per acre and more. And this illustrates the density of residential development in the town. First, Town Square Apartments, and they have 25 units per acre. And then the single family neighborhood of Prince William Estates, that density is 2.84 units per acre in comparison. And those are just aerial images of those two different communities. Then with regard to non-residential densities, again, I mentioned floor area ratios, and the total gross building floor area divided by the land area of the lot is used to determine the floor area ratio. And an example is Town Hall, the Town Hall building. The FAR is 1.09. And to the right, we can see a chart that shows FAR of 1, and the square feet of the building is generally the same as the square feet of the parcel on which it's located. So there's a 1-to-1 ratio between the building and the area of the lot. An FAR of 2 would mean that the building is 2 times the area of the lot. So you can imagine if Town Hall was twice its size, it would be an FAR of 2. Then FAR of 0.5 would mean that the building is 1/2 of the size of the parcel on which it's located. And then examples, again, Town Hall right at almost 1 FAR or 1.09, and then Jimmy T's, which is a very small building on a relatively larger lot, is a 0.01 FAR. And then this illustrates FAR as well. 0.25, 1/4 of a lot is the building size. Then 0.5 FAR would be twice that, and the building size is 1/2 of the size of the lot. And then 1, as we mentioned, a 1-to-1 ratio. Then 1.5, and then 2, where it's twice the size of the lot. Within our town code, we have various regulations for areas, for setbacks, for frontage, for yards, and for height regulations. And these impact our FAR. And as we move forward again, not only with our comprehensive plan update, but with our code update, we will be making decisions that will impact the town's density and how we will look in the future as far as development is concerned. And we'll maybe have to modify some of these regulations to make sure that they conform with what we want the town to be. Let's see. So with regard to economic development, like planning, economic development is like a team sport and requires collaboration. Economic development efforts include business retention and expansion, business attraction, and workforce development. The town will again host the very successful Business Expo in the fall of 2025, and that was co-hosted with the Department of Recreation and Community Engagement. And we are also scheduling a Business Appreciation Celebration in May. We are continuing to meet with local businesses and commercial property owners to promote development within the town. And the town collaborates with local businesses, business resource providers, regional and state government entities, the Chamber of Commerce, and consultants to promote development of the town's economy. Retail is a big part of our local economy, and the town has engaged retail strategies to help recruit retail businesses to the town. Michael Warsaw and Jimmy Pritchett from Retail Strategies will come up shortly and provide some information about their efforts. This is an illustration showing business license revenue, and we can see that since 2019, we have had, well, with the exception of 2020, an increase, a steady increase in business license revenue, illustrating an increase in business activity in the town. And we hope and plan and will work hard to make sure that the 2025 number is higher than the 2024 number, and we continue to increase. On the horizon, we are completing and implementing the comprehensive plan focused on walkability and livability, also to include housing and population density goals. We are planning to complete an economic development plan that will include a retail plan and strategies. We're planning to complete small area plans for Main Street, for the Waterfront District, the Gateway District, Route 1 corridor, and the Route 1 widening project is slated to begin construction in 2026 and complete construction in 2031. And that will have a significant impact on development along that corridor. They're in the process of acquiring property necessary for that widening project, and that will impact some of the, well, all of the businesses that are located on Route 1. And we will work closely with them to minimize impact and then also take advantage of any development opportunities that arise. The Rose Phase 2 with the hotel expansion, conference and event center, and additional gaming machines. The Business Expo, of course, in 2025, and then establishing an industrial development authority or economic development authority as well. Unknowns and issues that that we will need to take into consideration as we move forward include the impact of federal government decisions on the national economy and our town economy. Employment rates in the region, of course, being so close to Washington. We hear about reductions in force, but then we hear about employees required to come to work in DC. And so these decisions will impact employment rates in our region and contractors as well. Many of local businesses in the region are contractors with the federal government, and as decisions are made in Washington, that impact them, they will also impact our local economy. Federal funding for local projects, we hear about federal decisions about various departments, closing departments, and the potential impact that that will have on funding that we are aiming to get to fund projects in the town. Certainly, those decisions will impact our work. And we will keep you informed as we get additional information. Now I'd like to invite up the representatives from Retail Strategies to provide some additional information.
Thank you. Thank you, council and mayor and everyone for being here. I appreciate everyone's time. This will only take about 45 minutes. I estimate we'll be done within that time frame. Kidding, lighten up. It's about 10 slides. We'll be through pretty quick. I appreciate Mr. Tabor for introducing us, for allowing us to come and present to you all. Thank you for passing those out. I appreciate that. We brought a copy of the deck that we're going to be using today. I will warn you ahead of time, there's a lot of small print, so pay close attention to the names and everything that is in that package in front of you. It is the exact same as what is being presented, but it is probably a little bit easier to read on the paper in front of you. So obviously to introduce myself once again, I had the pleasure of coming and presenting last year, and I appreciate that opportunity as well as this opportunity to present to you today. My name is Michael Warsaw. I am the portfolio director for the Northern Territory with Retail Strategies. We're a national retail recruitment and consulting firm that specializes in retail recruitment and retention efforts, as well as retail planning, development, and kind of the overall retail environment for municipalities across the country. To my right is Jimmy Pritchett. Jimmy is our retail development associate and runs really the retail recruitment efforts for Dumfries, and is an absolute expert on the actual retail process and the retailers that are out there, as well as those who are expanding. He's the guy who knows the brokers, who knows the developers, and knows the actual brands themselves. So I'm going to jump in. Again, I kind of gave a little bit of an overview there already of what we do, and how we do it is through a number of tools. We use sophisticated data modeling. We use all kinds of other mapping tools and software platforms that give us data and allow us insight into the gaps in a market so that we can then exploit those gaps. That's all great. That's all fine. What we really do is we put forth effort. We go out, we have relationships with retailers, we have relationships with brokers, and we have relationships with the developers who can help to fulfill these deals and make them actually happen. I would say that we do a lot with data. We are very proud of the data, but at the end of the day, the only thing that drives the deals, the only thing that really means that we get retail is the effort. And that's what I want to talk about today, is the effort, the path forward, and kind of how we get to the retail that I know we all want to see. So to start with that, I would go ahead and say, I know there's probably going to be a question about retail in 2025. We've seen the closures of Big Lots. We've seen the closures of Party City. We've seen Jo-Ann Fabrics just announced 500 closures recently. The good news is Dumfries is insulated from those closures. Right now, there's a good and a bad with that. Dumfries doesn't have a power center where we would have those kind of closures of 40,000 square feet or more. The other side of that is Dumfries is in a really good position. I'm going to talk a little bit about the actual national retail that you have currently. What I wanted to say was there is an opportunity there with those closures, with kind of the resettling of the retail market right now in the, what I would say is in the junior box and large box space. We're seeing a lot of downsizing. We're seeing a lot of groups go to smaller format stores, different models that might fit within shopping centers that you currently have in the community, or shopping centers that we would love to see developed in the community and would fit within some of that redevelopment plan that I know Mr. Tabor and the team is working so hard on. One other note that I will say, a shift in retail, one of the things I wanted to talk about just very briefly was we've all seen the news. We're all paying attention because at the end of the day, the shift in pricing is affecting every one of us. It's affecting our pockets. It's affecting our wallets. I think, you know, the changes in Washington, we have seen eggs go to $9. That was something that I didn't expect anytime soon. I would say go buy chickens because it is cheaper to buy a chicken than the egg at this point. What we're seeing though, from a retail standpoint, is a reevaluation of the actual retail itself. And what I mean by that is discount merchandise, discount retail is more important than ever. Chili's, for example, had their best year ever last year. That was something I didn't think that we would be saying 5 years ago. I thought we would be announcing the death of Chili's, to be honest with you. No, Chili's is back. They are ready to go. Applebee's is doing well. IHOP is doing well. The restaurants of the middle price point are hotter than ever. And that is true across the board. We've got groups like Five Below that's expanding like crazy, Pop Shelf that's expanding. Dollar Tree is still announcing over 1,000 stores that are going to be delivered in the next year. Retail is not dead. Retail is certainly shifting. The dynamic is shifting, the price points are shifting, and the type of retail that we see is shifting. What I would say, though, is that from Dumfries' perspective, this creates opportunity. It creates opportunity because retailers are having to get more creative. They're avoiding those large shopping centers in some cases, and they're getting more creative with the sites that they're doing. So what I wanted to do is I'm actually highlighting right here the national retailers that are present currently in Dumfries. Now, this number fluctuates on a pretty regular basis. It fluctuates as well on kind of how do we define national retail. You have a number of locations that are franchise owned, or the franchisee owned. I'm including fuel, I'm including a number of different things. But right now, what we're looking at is approximately 21 national retailers. And the key is national. You have a very, very healthy and diverse national retail spread. And what I mean by that is you've got food, fuel, financial, discount merchandise, pharmacy, furniture, and automotive. We know that there's automotive. We see automotive. I also threw motorcycle on there because I don't want to forget about that. The last point on this that I think is important to really make is that there's a number of different types of retail that we talk about. There's a number of different types of retail that come into play when we're looking at the density that we want to develop to, when we're looking at that overall comprehensive plan. But there's two that really come to the surface in most communities, certainly most of the communities that we work in and most of the communities across the U.S. Traditional shopping centers, which are going to be multi-unit, large, spread out shopping centers. Those have not changed in 100 years. They are starting to change. I would tell you to expect redevelopment, expect different demands from retailers. You're going to see different things. You know, one of the things that, for example, is ceiling heights. That has become more important than ever for retailers. They want to create an open sense of an open space for shopping. They want it to be inviting. They want lighting. They want flat roofs, not slanted. There's a number of different pieces that have come into that play and really help define a shopping center as a national shopping center or as a local shopping center. And there's nothing wrong with it remaining a local shopping center. I don't want that to be interpreted from what I'm saying. But national retail tenants absolutely have a different preference for what they want to see. They want lineups that are going to complement their own use and complement what they do. The other use that we're seeing across Dumfries right now is standalone retail. This is what every retailer wants. They all want their own building. They all want their drive-through. This is primarily going to be food service and fuel. Probably no surprise. Drive-throughs are motivating these deals right now from a food sense. Everybody wants a drive-through. Everybody feels like they need a drive-through. And oftentimes, to justify the price points for construction, which is still high, it has settled, but it is still elevated. For construction, rent, and just the land basis alone. We all know that land in Northern Virginia isn't getting any cheaper. Neither are the eggs. It's all going up. Everything seems to be getting more expensive every single day. The land is too. And so to justify that, those drive-throughs are becoming more important. What I would say is, as you look at your comprehensive plan, as you look at the overall plan, you know, understand what kind of traffic impacts that might have, how that's going to affect the traffic overall, where those drive-throughs might be located, and also understand what those retailers want to see from those drive-throughs and how that's going to impact the local community. I think that that's really important to say. I'm a retail nerd. I'm a fan of drive-throughs because I'm a fan of retail. However, it's important to understand the effect that those obviously are going to have, where you're going to put them, how you're going to build them into the community. So just understand that going forward. Well, I'm going to hand it off to Jimmy here to kind of talk about the actual recruitment focus, the retailers, and give a little bit more depth in that.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Jimmy Pritchett, and as Michael said, I'm your retail recruiter. So I work directly with these retail brand reps, with their brokers. I work with brokers that are listing properties or spaces, and I also work directly with property owners. And so I want to talk about the recruitment focus. So you'll see a list here, a very wide array in terms of the types of businesses that we're trying to recruit. And that's because, we think that the town of Dumfries, for the citizens, these are the type of businesses that would suit the community well. We also think, again, the larger community around Dumfries, we think that these are the kind of businesses that could move here and could draw in more business for the town. So again, how do we do that? So, we do that by using data, and we also do that by telling your story, okay, and explaining the opportunity. So, Michael mentioned data earlier, and, I mentioned recruiting businesses that could take advantage of a demand for the greater community, the people that live around Dumfries. So the way we do that is by creating the customized trade area. We pitch that on them. We pitch a number of other data points. And then again, we pitch the uniqueness of your town, the draws that you have. Specifically, we'd like to pitch the new casino. We've got the entrance that's right here on Main Street. That's a great draw for traffic, as well as the expansion project for Route 1. So, those are the types of strategic, developments that we use to pitch these brands on your community. And so I'm going to let Michael talk a little bit more about numbers that kind of quantify our efforts.
Kind of doing a song and dance here. I apologize for just going back and forth. But what I think is important is that to understand kind of the partnership as a whole, we have been engaged with the town of Dumfries since 2021. Since that time, we have been in active recruitment of 107 unique retailers. Those, again, go across many different categories of the retail world. We have identified 22 national retail sites. And again, I want to put a little bit of emphasis on this. That is not to say that there are only 22 sites in Dumfries. That is to say that there are 22 what we believe to be national retail opportunities within the town of Dumfries. We've had over 210 different engagements, phone calls, meetings, et cetera, with representatives from brands, developers, and retailers themselves. And we've gone to an average of 3 major trade shows each year where we've represented Dumfries. The most important number on this map right here is that bottom number. No ifs, ands, or buts. That's the number to focus on. Right now, we have approximately 18 varying levels of interest, but 18 different interested parties. Of that, I would tell you that there are 4 groups right now who, if given the opportunity, given the site, and given the development, we believe would jump at it quickly. That is a strong number when we take into account the overall national retail impact that the community currently has. We believe that that is a number. Also, I should point out that that is a number that touches the food service area. Obviously, in the Commonwealth, that's an important category to be hitting on from a tax standpoint when we look at the meals taxes and things like that. So again, we're looking at it from that standpoint. We obviously want there to be, let me rephrase it. We can't force retailers to make the decision. What we want to do is we want to influence that decision to the best of our ability, using our ability to go out and pitch Dumfries to them. The retailers that we have on the hook right now, we feel good about. We feel very confident about. I came last year and I presented about a number of those. Some of those are absolutely still on this list. That is not wavered. They are still interested, and if given that opportunity, they would jump at it. So again, having 4 of those 18 right now who we believe would jump at it, if given that site, if given that opportunity, I think is extremely important. I'm gonna let Jimmy talk a little bit more about some of that later. But what I did want to highlight was those 107 unique retailers. The ones that are highlighted on there are retention and have already landed in Dumfries or have been a part of Dumfries for a while. We've had ongoing communication with them as well, really just to ensure that they're happy, ensure that nothing is going on that they need to be involved in or have any questions about. Just from a retention standpoint, our focus is obviously new business development. However, I think it is important that we also maintain the national retail that we have, offer solutions and assistance where we can. Sometimes that's as simple as just checking in on them and asking how they're doing. We are extremely excited about Wawa. That is a fantastic brand, one that we are well acquainted with and one that we love. The hoagies have gotten expensive, but they're still good and they're absolutely worth it. So last but not least, one of the things that I really wanted to highlight and talk about was 234 versus 1. When we came last year, one of the things that we talked about was Route 234 and how important Route 234 is to the national retailers. What you're looking at on the map right now, it is very small, very hard to read. I apologize for that. I tried to enlarge it as much as possible, but here we are. Is the traffic counts on a daily basis, north and south for each one of those corridors. So what you see is at 234, we're hitting approximately 40 to 42,000 vehicles per day, including the north and southbound lanes. Those are stellar numbers. Having those numbers for a retailer is why those retailers are all interested. Those numbers are surprising. We're extremely happy with those numbers. Those are numbers that we would see in major retail corridors, one where you're going to see every major national retailer just popping up a booth here and there. Those are those kind of numbers. When you turn coming off of 234 heading south into Dumfries, the problem that we have and the problem that we have to address, which I believe will be corrected with the widening of Route 1, is that there is a pretty significant drop off in those traffic numbers. The drop off is, give or take, 15 to 16,000 vehicles per day. That means that those cars are heading north. They're heading up towards the Walmart. They're going north into towards downtown, shall we say, just using the wayfinding. We believe that your northern bound numbers on Route 1 will absolutely increase with the widening of Route 1. Right now, people are not trafficking Route 1 as much as they would. With that widening, we believe that that will change. The important thing, like I said, is that retailers are motivated by traffic counts, access, visibility, site availability. Those are the most important key indicators and key factors for any retailer. If you had 50 acres that was sitting there ready to go, it'd be a whole different story, a whole different conversation. We don't. We have a different level of density. We have a different level of development. That's a good thing. That's something that we have to use to our strengths, something that when we talk about the density of Dumfries, that is a selling point. The access to retail in Dumfries is better than a lot of municipalities across the Commonwealth. But we also have to take into account those changes in traffic and the importance of that traffic to the retailers that are out there. So while I would say it is still a case of 234 being their number one preference, Wawa is the perfect indicator of that changing and of that shift long term. That is not the case anymore. 234 might be right now, that is, when you're phrased, that is the case right now. Route 1 and the widening of Route 1, as evidenced by Wawa, is going to be your primary retail corridor of the future. Again, it's why it's important that we talk about that strategy and that plan and how we incorporate drive-throughs, how we incorporate retail into that overall picture. So with that, I'm happy to take some questions. I will tell you, Jimmy and I have a long drive, so we are going to head out after this. But what I do want to say, and what is really important, is we are happy to schedule another call as follow-up to answer any further questions. Just want to offer that up to you guys to find a time that would be convenient for you all.
Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Tabor, for the initial presentation. I have an affinity for zoning, so I appreciate all the details. I do have some questions for you, but I'll sidebar you on some of the specifics that we went over. I do also want to thank you for your presentation from Retail Strategies. You mentioned that there are interested businesses that are interested in the town, very interested. The barriers, obviously you guys started in 2021, the obvious barriers is recovering from COVID, and now we have our current economic condition. But what are the barriers that are preventing these business owners from wanting to come into town? Is there any additional action that needs to take place to incentivize them coming into town so that we get it? Because if they're highly interested, what is preventing them from coming here, and what can we do about that?
2 words: site availability. It comes down to site availability. When you pull up Dumfries, we did this exercise, we do it on a regular basis. We have all kinds of notifications set up for any new listings that come to market. When you pull up Dumfries and LoopNet and Crexi, which are the 2 most important, the most used and trafficked commercial brokerage sites, that's where it's the MLS for commercial listings, is LoopNet and Crexi. When you pull up Dumfries, there's not one option for sale. While that is good if you're a leasing agent, because it means that you're the only option, that is bad for new development. Retailers, when they're going to make the investment that they're going to have to make because of construction costs, they want to own that site. They want to be able to sell that as an investment on the open market as quickly as possible. I would tell you that the biggest barrier to entry is site availability. If all else was there and we had the sites, we'd be in a very different conversation.
They would be here. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you for the question.
Great question. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. A couple of things. Let me start with Mr. Tabor. Thank you for your presentation. I have been asking the question about density for many years. So I appreciate you taking the time to educate us on what density looks like. And as I suspected, Dumfries is pretty densely populated. It's interesting to me because in previous presentations by Retail Strategies, what you all, I'm done with you, Mr. Tabor, I'm gonna move on to them now. Thank you. So what's interesting to me is that you all at Retail Strategies have constantly said to us, oh, Dumfries needs the density. These retail places are looking for density. And I've asked you all, well, what is the calculation for density that they are looking for because we are so densely populated? I think it's interesting that this year you didn't say density. Now you're saying they're looking for opportunity, and given the opportunity, they will show up. What's interesting to me is that the opportunities that we have available today have actually increased from where they were in prior years. You also mentioned that we have 21 national retailers and that you all have been engaged since 2021. So in a really short answer, because I have additional questions, can you please tell me how many of those 21 national retailers that we currently have are you all responsible for bringing to the town of Dumfries?
Yeah, great question. I can't promise results. I can promise effort. We've put forth the effort.
I appreciate that. And I do appreciate your effort. What I'm looking for is results. That's what we're all looking for. That's what we brought you all on board for, is to produce results.
Absolutely.
What I'm seeing instead is a repetitiveness, and, we're trying, we're talking to people. People are interested, but what I'm not seeing is the results. And the point in, having you all work with us are results. The other thing I would say is that I don't know if you all are aware or have been kind of keeping up with what we have going on in Dumfries, but we are embarking on opportunity with the recent acquisition of land over here in, near the water. I don't know if you all are aware of that, if it's something that you've all been speaking to with regard to opportunity, because you stand here and you say to us, people are interested, they just need opportunity. But you knew what you were getting into when you got here. You knew what we had. So my question is then, how have you repositioned yourself flexible in order to present us as we are? Because what we have is what we have, and we've always had that. It's actually gotten better, but I'm not seeing that as a part of your conversation now. I hear you talking about what we already have, and Wawa's here now. I think that Wawa came because the Rose came. You all knew the Rose was coming too. So I would have expected more results from you all because you knew that they were coming, just like Wawa did. And I appreciate that you stand here and you talk about what we have, including Wawa, but none of that can be attributed to the tenure that we've had while working with you. And that's rather disappointing.
Sure.
So as we continue to work through this contract, I'm hoping that we'll see some sort of results so that when we get to the bottom line, the net results are greater than zero, which is where they currently are.
Sure. Well, I would definitely say that Dumfries is in a better position now than it was. 100%. There is no way around that. Dumfries is in a great position right now. The growth is stellar. The number of permit applications are incredible. The applications for new residential development are fantastic. It is no surprise to me when I talk with developers and when I talk with retailers, they all say they want to be in Dumfries, and that has not changed. What has changed is the addition of the Rose. 100%. That is fantastic. I would argue, though, that the biggest shift in Dumfries from a retail standpoint will be the widening of Route 1. The widening of Route 1 is without a doubt going to increase your traffic and will increase the accessibility for those travelers that are currently south of the city heading in, heading to Walmart, heading to Target on the other side, et cetera. They're going to be using Route 1 more than they have been, and hopefully driving up that northbound traffic. Now, as far as it relates to specific retail traffic, I do want to let Jimmy kind of give a little bit more of an update and a little bit more color and clarity on some of those conversations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, and thank you for the question. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
no, great question. And with regard to the process that the town has seen and the increased interest that we've seen from the retailers, at this point, personally, again, I work directly with these retailers. I've seen this feedback. I think we're at a point now where our team is going to focus our efforts on site selection, working directly with these retailers. We have these groups that are interested. We have the progress with Route 1, the rows that have kind of brought that threshold up to the point where they're ready to act. And so our main goal is to expedite that process for these retailers by putting good sites in front of them, by working directly with the community, with our community contacts and with the citizens and the property owners to identify those opportunities and help put those in front of the retailers and encourage them to act on those opportunities. That's our strategy.
I appreciate that you all will focus those efforts, but the roses, it wasn't a surprise. We knew it was coming. So I'm like, I thought your efforts would have been focused to this point, but I appreciate your continued effort. Thank you all very much.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilman Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Tabor, thank you for your presentation. I definitely appreciate it. I do have some additional questions for retail recruitment. When I was on the other side of this dais, when you guys presented the last time, and I was excited because I heard about the mobile pings that you guys had did going up and down Route 1 and on Main Street, and how I was really and truly excited about the retailers in which you had brought forth, saying that they were interested in coming to Dumfries and that thing. At that point in time, one of the biggest challenges that you said that you present or that was presenting to Dumfries was foot traffic. That was the biggest thing you said during that time period, because I remember the meeting. And you said it was foot traffic. We're not getting enough cars coming through Dumfries. We're not getting enough foot traffic coming through Dumfries, which was the biggest challenge of having businesses come to Dumfries. But just as my colleagues have already said on this dais already, is that you knew that the Rose was coming. You knew that Wawa was coming. You knew that all these things were already in place and coming. But yet I'm finding it kind of hard to understand, with knowing all of this, why has it been such a challenge to get those other businesses here?
Great question. I will go ahead and also remind everyone that I have not been here the entire length of time, that I have not been here for the entire term of this relationship and this partnership. I can't speak to what my predecessors knew or didn't know. Yes.
I'm going to cut you off, but I was here when you were here and you said these very same things. That's the reason why I remember it being said. So I don't want to put anything on anybody that was here prior to you. I'm just going off of the data in which you represented when you were here.
Sure.
And now I'm seeing you again this year and just wondering exactly, like I said, you knew the data was there before. And now we've gotten to this point and you're still saying that these people are still anxious, still wanting to come.
Which is
but as the vice mayor presented, was that what's going on with it?
I wish that I could, if I had a magic ball and I could make them jump on it, they would do it. They would ask me how high, because the barriers to entry for Dumfries are high. And it's not, again, it really boils down to site availability and site access. What we have seen is that your traffic numbers have absolutely increased, as have the numbers across all of Metro DC since COVID. As we have gotten further away from COVID, those numbers have continued to go up. No way around it. We're in a better spot from a traffic standpoint than we were. I would say that that was absolutely the case. I stand by what I said then, and I stand by what I say now, that those retailers want to be here. They really do. They really want to be here. If we had a 1 acre parcel at Main and Main on Route 1, at the corner of Route 1 and Main, we would have a number of different retailers lined up competing for that site. We really would.
The site availability was the same as it was last year. And I'm just trying to understand is that the site availability was not a concern or issue or a challenge to those retailers coming in. What it was foot traffic. Now you're telling me that we've increased the foot traffic, but now it's site availability. My question would be, is that what would be the next thing to be a challenge to you?
Right, well,
I have the site availability, we got that right now. We have the foot traffic that's coming through right now. What would be the next challenge?
Well, excuse me, with regard to traffic or development such as the Rose, really until a developer, we can sing that song to them. And until they see dirt moving, until they see something happen, we're selling them on the idea, right? And then also just with respect to these retailers that we consider that are currently interested, as well as folks who may have just shown general interest, who, you know, hey, tell me more. We put these sites in front of them and try to encourage them to move on them. And, you know, at the end of the day, we will continue to do that. But, you know, again, ultimately, our best efforts are put forward by, you know, presenting those sites, presenting the developments that are coming forward that are going to increase traffic and, you know, increase economic activity in the area. And we look forward to doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right.
Anytime.
Okay, Councilman Pete.
For the second time, I am highly upset. This sounds again like an upgrade from the February 24 presentation from last go round. Last time you were here, you told me that, and again, it kind of set you up, but you told me that Panda Express was interested, right? Now you're telling me.
I would like to say that was a confidential update.
Okay, no problem with that. Okay. So now you're telling me that there, but you are. Now you're telling me that there's 18 that are interested. Do you have any names?
Again, I'm not able to share those in this format.
Okay. I will accept that, because last time you did tell me that even though it was confidential then, it's confidential now though, but you told us Panda Express was interested, and I reiterated highly that I wasn't interested in Panda Express because they failed around the corner. What I'm seeing is that, so you're saying that and then I just heard you say that we're selling a vision. That's what you just said, right? We're selling a vision that hasn't been here yet. Should we pause with you guys until that vision is set, until that widening gets here? That's a question for you.
It's a good question. I would tell you that we have a contract that runs through August, as I recall. I don't.
August of which day?
Of this year. I don't want to obviously stand here and debate the contract specifics or the contract itself. I don't think that this is the format or the forum. Okay. Then what I would say, though, is, you know, the town is obviously free to do whatever you would like to do within the time of our contract. We will continue to work for Dumfries until the day that we are told not to. That includes conference representation. That includes our market visits. That includes everything that we do on a daily basis for the community. We'll continue to do that until we are told to stop.
Okay, so I did also heard you say that you wasn't here every day, pretty much.
No, sir.
You said that.
Yeah, no, sir.
I'm listening. You said that.
Sure. Our office is in Birmingham, Alabama.
That was my next question. Where are you guys based out of? So it's understood that you guys are not based out of here. So you have no inkling of how to pull attraction here, being that you're not here every day, that you don't have a representative from you guys' area here trying to move every day, as in Mr. Tabor is. And Mr. Tabor, great presentation again. I want to echo Vice Mayor on that. But in order for us to get the bang, I just don't feel that the town's getting the best bang for the buck out of you guys' strategy, out of retail strategy, right? So, and I would like to see if we could help Mr. Tabor pull in some of these businesses sooner, or get a little bit, like Mr. Russell was just saying, if we can get some of this stuff moving. You said you have challenges. I get the challenges and it's a good question to have. And I'll talk to council about this later. Do we need to pause on you guys until we get that? From what I'm hearing is you need the roads. You need the road widening. That's what I'm hearing, correct? I'm trying to get an understanding of where you guys at so we know how to move forward. Because I'm not going to sit here a fourth time that you guys come up here and listen to the same thing. And last year, I said that this is the same thing you told us the first time. And so here we are a third time with an upgraded same version. So my question to you guys, well, I talked to the council about that because I really want to know that do we need to pause on you guys' strategy to move forward with the projects that we're asking of you all? And I just don't see the delivery here. I mean, they're in language. I don't see delivery. You said you went and talked to 7-Eleven, Pizza Hut, Subway, and Wawa. We know how they're going to do. I told you last year that the Pizza Hut just got here and that traffic's going to do fine. And then you said you talked to them, and they are. That's what we're telling you here. We know what's going on here. You're saying we're improving. Things are getting better. Everything's getting better. Everything is getting better and improving in the town of Dumfries, but you guys' strategy for the citizens and us for the town of Dumfries. I don't see it. I want you to tell us stuff, but I don't see it yet. So is there any other dates that you guys will come up here or are willing to come up here with an update to give us some feedback? Or do we need to renegotiate this contract?
Again, I'm not in a position to discuss the contract specifics today. That is a conversation that includes people above my pay grade.
Correct.
And I just want to go ahead and put that out there just so that we're on the same page there. What I would say is that from the standpoint of pausing the contract and pausing our actions, I would say that that does not serve the community in the best interest. I would say that pausing our actions, pausing what we are doing currently, would not be the best move. And the reason I say that is we have a number of large meetings, a number of large conferences that we go to every year. What I would hate to see is us go to Las Vegas.
I was going to ask you that because I'm listening to your story as you're talking. You have a lot of large meetings and conferences that you go to. Are we on the last of your list?
No, sir.
This is not funny to me, sir. This is really big to me, sir. I am really big on wanting to bring and improve the town of Dumfries. This is not a laughing matter at all. I'm really big on wanting to bring retail to this area. I'm looking for it. My citizens are asking for it. More food options, more stores. So when we're talking with you guys and bringing you guys in to bring us to give us some due diligence and put some work in it, for me to hear you and I hear all the time. We got other conferences going on. I'm concerned and wanting to understand, are we the last on your list?
You're actually first on my list.
I can't tell.
I promise.
I can't tell because we do a lot of work with people and we get things done around here.
Sure. Absolutely. And it's evidenced. You all have done a phenomenal job. Dumfries is, again,
I don't want to hear about what we've done. We know we're doing good. We are confident in knowing that we're doing good. What I don't see is that we're confident in knowing that you know what you're doing. I don't see it. And I say this because when I talk to you guys, I want to hear what you're doing. I want to hear more. I want to hear, okay, we're moving forward. Oh, it sounds like we're in a standstill. We're taking a step back. We're on pause. We're gonna wait. Yeah. But then you say we're first on priority. I don't agree with that.
2 points for you. Number one is I would certainly encourage Mr. Tabor to share our annual update, the annual report with the council. I think that would be helpful for you all to have. That has the specific feedback and specific information for every single retailer. I think that would be helpful for you all to have. That's a comprehensive update that includes all of those notes, all of that feedback. Everything that we've heard from the market is included on that package, which was delivered. The second point, I think Jimmy has something to say and has a response for you. I'll let Jimmy kind of take it.
Okay, come on, Jimmy, I'm listening.
Well, just in respect to what we do and what our strategy is. So is not just about the big conferences. It's about the Monday mornings when I pick up the phone and I make a call that's specific for Dumfries. And I'm specifically talking to an agent who represents only this region of the state. And they have their finger on the pulse of the retailer that they represent. And I'm looking for their feedback. I'm pitching Dumfries. I get their feedback. They say, hey, we might can make something work. They connect me with a franchisee. That's a great situation. Then I'm directly in touch with a franchisee who has this region, and then I'm directly selling them. Now, at that point, that's even harder to get. You cannot, in terms of, you can lead them to water. You have to explain, hey, this is an opportunity for you. You know, this brand that you were a franchisee for has recognized this market. They've sold you this market. So I'm going to put a site in front of you. I'm going to show you why this is a good opportunity. And that is the kind of work that we're doing that's unique for Dumfries, that's specific to Dumfries. And, you know, again, that happens on a Monday morning. That's not at the big conferences. I mean, you're represented at those conferences, but there is specific work that's done for Dumfries.
Okay, so thank you for that, sir. With those, what are the 18 or something that's interested now here? Make sure I'm right. 16, not 18. With the 16 that are interested in the town of Dumfries here, what are our next steps in trying to attract them here? Because from 16, it looks like that we're past selling it to them. So it looks like you sold it to them and they're willing to buy in, right? Okay, so what are our next steps with these 16?
I would say that if I could deputize the council to assist with anything, and I mean this with anything, it's the relationships on the local side, the relationships with those local owners, those people that own some property, that own pieces of property that they might be willing to sell. Maybe you hear a rumor, maybe you hear something from somebody and they say, yes, we would love to sell that corner we own. Those are the kind of conversations that would certainly help us. We, I think, do a very good job of doing outreach to local ownership and calling on them when we can and really focusing on trying to get some of those people to sell. But at the same time, it only goes so far for us to have the contact with them. It is certainly better if you have ins, if you have relationships with them. A warm lead is better than a cold.
I don't get paid for this part. You guys do.
We'll do the work.
You should. We're paying for services.
We are doing the work.
Thank you. Thank you. I like that answer better. But you see what I'm saying? I'm not here to put the hammer down on you guys, but I am definitely a production guy. I want to see it improve. I want to see it move forward. I like to hear and I like to go out and tell our citizens, hey, we're moving here. This is coming. We have some things coming. But right now, again, a year ago, 365 days ago, from in 4 more days, 5 more days, 365 days ago, I'm going to have to go around here and tell our citizens, if they ask, this is if they ask, we ain't got nothing yet. 3 years. So you see where I'm at with it? 3 years. And I don't know. I just don't see it.
Understood. Again, we can promise effort. We are not able to promise results, and I wish we could. Well, we can promise.
Well, I mean, the effort I like, right? But at the same time, I see this 16 number here. I got a number of 16. I would like to know how many of these 16 want to come in and do business with the town of Dumfries.
We mentioned earlier that there are 4 of those retailers specifically that, more recent than not, we have spoken to, and we are actively putting sites in front of them and trying to get them to act. But I just want to speak on, again, the historical efforts that our team has put in and the fact that ultimately we can't make these decisions for the retailers. There have been a few retailers that we have been recruiting since the beginning of our partnership.
Right.
And they say they have come to Dumfries.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
scratch them. What about these 4 here?
if you don't mind, if I could finish what I was saying about the retailers who say they've come to Dumfries. So specifically, and I can mention these brands because the dirt has moved, these deals have happened. Sonic, they're on 234. They're across the interstate. I spoke recently to Starbucks. They were like, yes, we're adding a second location in Dumfries. It's across from Walmart. It's just north of the town limit. So, you know, ultimately, those efforts that we put in over the course of this partnership, you know, are to try to bring them into the town. And we're going to continue to do that. And we think that some of these developments, again, the widening of Route 1, the roads, those are the kind of things that are going to make a difference moving forward today on. Those are the kind of things that are going to make sure that it's more likely that these retailers move within the town limits.
Help me out. Pizza Hut came, right? For the widening of the Route 1. The Roses came off of Main, Cardinal Street, Cardinal Drive, before the widening of the Route 1. Sonic is on its way around the corner for the widening of Route 1. Starbucks is on its way across from Walmart. I work right in front of it. I know about it. Before the widening of Route 1. I just want to throw that piece of bullet out there for you guys to see that I am also actively paying attention at the same time on the back and trying, but I don't get for this part. So I'm gonna be looking into you guys to do your job and to bring the town of Dumfries what it's asking for.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll start with Mr. Tabor. You had something? Oh, okay. I yield again. Councilwoman Peterson.
I just have a question. I hear you saying how you're calling people and how you're going to all these road shows and everything else. How often do you come to Dumfries and hold our community's hand? How often do you see these buildings that we have? So when you're preaching to these people, telling them where you want them to be, have you seen it? Have you walked around it? Have you talked to people around and what you tell them and how you think they would fit in? Because if you were down here today to see us for our council meeting, did you walk around and see some of our buildings and see what we have open?
So the reason that we come to the community is to put what we call boots on the ground. The boots on the ground analysis is really where the rubber meets the road for us. It's one thing to look at a community from a map and look at it from an aerial. Our contract includes one market visit per year. We have been to Dumfries more than that. We have been to Dumfries more than that. We've, I think, been 3 times this year. We just come through, we do our analysis, we update what we need to update. We look at what we need to look at. We look at it from a national retailer's perspective, again, with the lens of national retail, really focused on just national retail. That's what we do. So we have been to Dumfries, I believe it is 3 times this year in the past year.
Talk to anyone,
We talked to the owners on the phone.
but not in person?
No, ma'am.
So you don't get to walk through the buildings and tell these people what you see and how the potential could be for marketing and sales and if they were to come to Dumfries?
I would say that the majority of the folks that we communicate with, the brokers that we speak with, the representatives of the brands that we speak with, the majority of them have a knowledge of Dumfries, have the ability to look at Dumfries and understand Dumfries from a national perspective. They know generally where they want to be, where they need to be. And again, they're looking at it from accessibility counts, traffic counts, visibility. They're trying to understand it from the overall perspective. If all of those boxes are checked, that's when the conversation begins, really to the point of them going into the structure, going into a building, seeing if it's viable for redevelopment or if the structure would be torn down. I think that for the majority of national retailers in today's world, the majority of them are going to tear down those structures. And that's just to be able to fit their prototype onto a site, fit their prototype into the community, do their drive-through lanes, do their signage and their visibility and their building facades and their structure. There's very few of the single tenant, QSR kind of concepts that we would talk about who would go in and backfill an existing space.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Was you good? Okay. So no. All right, Mr. Tabor, thank you again, and Olon Retail Strategies. In your presentation, you talked about economic development being a team sport. Can you elaborate on why you feel like economic development is a team sport as our Director of Planning and Economic Development?
Certainly. So the process of developing a local economy, as we've been talking about retail and recruiting retailers. Certainly, the town does not own property where a prospective retailer would locate. So we have to engage with property owners and collaborate with them to provide locations for retail businesses to locate, or any business to locate. And that is definitely has to be a collaborative effort. With regard to employees for businesses that may come, making sure that there is a pipeline, that there are connections to workforce development centers and opportunities for businesses that do locate here to have access to employees. And, you know, similarly, when we worked with the Rose and conducted or co-hosted the job fairs, that was 100% a collaborative effort with the town. With, of course, council and the Planning Commission with regard to decisions about requirements for and regulations for development of property. We have to identify any impediments and address those impediments. If there are incentives, as was mentioned, we have to identify what retailers or businesses would be looking for and collaborate to make decisions to establish those incentives that will be effective and help those businesses decide to locate here. And certainly with regard to the community, they would be customers, they would be employees, they would be owners of businesses, and we have to collaborate with all of them to make sure that they make decisions that will grow our local economy. So all of those are examples of collaborative efforts and members of the team that we would require to establish to make our economy thrive even more than it is.
As I guess the head coach or the general manager of your team and of your department, do you have everything you need to execute your plan? Or are there players that need to be traded, upgraded? So we're trying to figure out, if you call this a team sport that requires collaboration, do you have what you need on your team?
There are pieces that we're working to get in place. We've been working through the budget process to identify additional resources that can help us. I mentioned in the presentation the Industrial Development Authority or Economic Development Authority, and we mentioned sites and development of sites. And such an authority could potentially help us out in securing and developing sites to help attract retailers as well.
Okay, that leads me to my next question. Currently, based on your best knowledge, do we have any shovel ready based on our current zoning and density? Do we have shovel ready properties ready to be developed?
Or
is there inventory? Do we keep inventory of what's available?
We have an inventory of available sites, yes. Of course, to answer your question specifically, the parcel that's next to the motorcycle business, Harley Davidson, to the side. That's a prime site, I believe, in the town. It's vacant, doesn't have a structure. It has access to both Route 1 and Main Street. So I think that is an excellent site for a business to locate. I know that there was a business that was looking, at that site, but that may be, that is one of the top sites in the town. We talked about the potential sites along the waterfront, and there are a few other infill sites and redevelopment sites along Route 1 and Main Street as well. We know that Aris plans to utilize the vacant property just to the north of us. The Route 1 widening will cause some businesses to locate, and there could be some assemblage opportunities with some of those properties, but we are taking a closer look and an analytical approach and strategic approach to that.
Are there any zoning customers such as these retail and restaurants that we're looking to attract as a destination?
Potentially, and so we have to work more closely with experts to get information about the needs and requirements of businesses. We do have an idea about minimum square footage. We have, as I mentioned, I guess I showed a chart with the regulations, height, setback, and front yard. So we have to make sure that none of those are inhibiting or preventing businesses to locate here.
How can we encourage higher density development while ensuring our roads and our public services can support that type of growth?
Right. We strategically have to realize, understand the capacity of our transportation network, both today and in 2031, when Route 1 is expanded, and plan accordingly, right? So if the capacity is for the capacity of the transportation network will not accommodate additional traffic, then we have to take that into consideration. If we know that it will, we do know that the capacity will expand, and plan accordingly.
Have you seen any best practices possibly that any other localities use to balance their densities growth to maintain the character of their town or city and their appeal while bringing it in? I know that I sit on the end by the post office and on that end, and I'm there on the weekends, right? For me, I don't get enough foot traffic, so maybe somebody else gets another foot traffic. I know I've been sitting out there on the bench talking to several people, and just on the weekend, to be able to attract a restaurant or the retail that's going to sit out there and get enough traffic to come through, I don't see it there, right? And so I just want to know what best practices where we can build in. I watched Stonebridge and Wegmans build up, and they built their density around their shopping center where people can kind of walk in and all of that.
Yeah, and right. I think with that too, we have to consider the residential development around Potomac Shores that is developing, and the density and the amount of new residential development that is occurring there. We're talking, thousands of new residents that are coming into that area. And so when you turn left, as was mentioned, off of 234 onto Route 1, that accesses that new residential development. So we have to think about when you turn right, how we develop our community to increase density, to increase residents, so that the traffic counts coming to the right are increased as well, not just with the widening of Route 1, but also with new residential development. We know that we have the Harbor, Quantico Creek, that will be senior development. So, as far as increasing population, it will, but as far as buying power and a potential market for a retail store, that may not be as appealing. We do know that the council approved the next phase of the town square development, which will include at least 60 new units of multifamily residential. We know that hundreds of multifamily residential units are slated to be developed next door. So as we increase, those numbers and that density, that increases the market for potential retailers and will increase the appeal that we as a town have for those retailers, because we'll have an increased market and a better market and more customers for those businesses.
Okay. All right, retail strategies, please.
Yes, sir.
No activity, no results, right? And activity breeds results, right? And so you're showing activity. Yes, we probably need to read your annual report and just to see all the progress. Questions I have deal around, us solutions and results. So I remember some of the main issues being you had franchisees wanting to come, but you didn't have franchisors or people who were willing to buy those franchises and move it in. Two, being on the ground with some of these and actually showing the potential is really, helpful. To bring in a project like the Rose, I'm gonna be honest, they didn't want to build in Dumfries. They were looking at Manassas. I actually took them personally and drove them over the Potomac shores and took them back to the other housing development all on the water, and I had to sell them a dream, right, of the potential. And Potomac Shores at the time still had a whole bunch of empty lots, but they would develop, right? Because they didn't see the density or they didn't see the numbers, right? But it's being able to paint a picture on here's where we're going and having a vision. And we have a clear vision as a council, right? Our vision is we're gonna build a thriving downtown with a well-managed government and the citizens that are engaged. That's our vision. That's what we see. That's where we're going. That's where Destination Dumfries came from. And sometimes it's about really getting people to come and buy into what we got going on. The waterfront is the next huge development, and we got this comp plan that's really developing. And so what are some of the, now, as far as what you have in your data, how many shovel-ready sites do you see currently available?
I would say that we have a couple potential opportunities. What it would require is an assemblage of multiple parcels, all of them under a different ownership. So what it's going to require is 3 or 4 or 5 or even more.
No, so not what you have, but how many shovel-ready sites do you have in the portfolio for Dumfries? So do you know what's shovel-ready? So we had somebody that came and say, I have the money, I have the person.
Yeah.
Have you identified a shovel-ready site?
I would say for new development, the site next to Harley Davidson, I would agree that the access there is fantastic, has the utilities ready to go. The second one would be next to the plaza where the Walgreens is located. That is another opportunity down there as well. Has some potential. There's some water adjacent that we would need to make sure that the retailers understand is not an issue for that site. But that would be number 2. Off the top of my head, without tearing down an office building or tearing something down, again, shovel ready, probably those 2.
Just those 2. And at the time we had somebody interested in the shopping center, but they just didn't have a franchisee.
Correct.
From what we was briefed on last time.
And that's
They wanted to move into that site.
I would say that when we look at the franchisee issue, that's a problem across the country right now. That is not unique to Dumfries. That is a problem that everybody has. It's a problem of disposable cash. It's a problem of, frankly, entrepreneurs just not having the disposable income anymore to justify a $500,000 franchise fee, or more.
Yeah, so one of the things I suggested then and in our economic development department, when we did it, I said, you know, we have to begin with the end in mind, right? It's one of those principles. The end in mind is we want retail, right? And so we know that there's people interested. So why not host a workshop on, hey, so you want to start a franchise? You bring in the different franchises to teach them. You bring in the financing for these restaurants, show them how to get financing, and you bring all the major resources to one location and you marry these together. You know, sometimes we got to take what's working in Vegas and bring it here because they do a restaurant financing conference every year.
Yes, they do.
They do a retail conference every year.
Yes, they do.
Right? In November, they do the restaurant financing conference, right? To show restaurants how to get, we need to figure out how do we bring 2 or 3 of them here to this location and we get those people who want to get into entrepreneurship and bring it together and just bring them to this location, right?
Sorry, go ahead.
That's kind of like what we're looking for to kind of do that. Where are the solutions?
So I would say, speaking on that point specifically, Mr. Tabor and I have actually had a number of conversations specifically regarding the franchisee workshop or franchisee recruitment and kind of how do we get there? How do we supply potential franchisees and those interested in franchising with the information that they need? That has been an ongoing project that we've discussed on numerous occasions, including at the Virginia Economic Development Association meeting. So definitely a topic that I would love your input as well as as somebody in the industry, as somebody that is a part of that. I would love your input and your feedback on that as well. We're all ears.
All right. Thank you all for your economic development presentation. At this time, we need to take a 10-minute stretch break.
Thank you, everybody. I apologize for the time that we took. So.
All right, welcome back. Next on our agenda is the town manager's report.
Mayor,
Councilman Fields?
point of order, please.
Yes, sir.
If it would please the council, due to the late hour, if the town manager and the town attorney wouldn't mind tabling D and E to our next meeting, or when it's more convenient for them to do that presentation, the council will agree. It's not a motion, it's would the council agree? Okay, now I'll make it a motion.
Second.
Okay. It's been motioned and second to table items D and E. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call for the question.
Councilmember Peterson? Yes. Councilmember Pete?
Yes.
Councilmember Fields?
Yes.
Councilmember Young?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miles? Vice Mayor Nickerson?
Yes.
Mayor Wood?
Yes.
That motion's passed.
All right, next on the agenda is the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Okay, it's been motioned and second. Is there any discussion?
I have a discussion, please, for that. Here we have an approval of the consolidation of the town manager's amended employment agreement. I do not recall us going through the process of approving the town attorney's amended employment agreement. So I'm requesting that that be brought to council in a future meeting.
Okay. Any other discussion on the consent agenda items?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Bills.
I could remove my second for a friendly amendment to the motion.
I'm not,
Oh, you're not in motion?
no, I'm not,
Okay, I'm
I'm not amending the motion. That was just my discussion about what was in it.
Okay, my
I'm requesting
apologies.
a similar approval process for the town attorney's
Okay, my apologies.
agreement.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please call for the question.
Councilmember Peterson? Yes. Councilmember Pete?
Yes.
Councilmember Fields?
Yes.
Councilmember Young?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miles? Vice Mayor Nickerson?
Yes.
Mayor Wood?
Yes.
Motion's passed.
All right. Next on our agenda is a closed session. Madam Vice Mayor.
The town council of the town of Dumfries desires to go into a closed meeting pursuant to 2.2-3711A and 1 of the Code of Virginia to discuss and consider personnel matters, including but not limited to the appointment, assignment, and performance of specific public officers and appointees.
Second.
No, I didn't make the motion. I gotta make the motion too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go ahead.
so, okay, I motion that in accordance with the provision of the Freedom of Information Act, the Code of Virginia to the best of, no, wait, that's coming out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, so that was my motion. And he second? So we good? Okay.
All right. It's been motioned and second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call for the question.
Councilmember Peterson? Aye. Councilmember Pete?
Yes.
Councilmember Fields?
Yes.
Councilmember Young?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miles? Vice Mayor Nickerson?
Yes.
Mayor Wood?
Yes.
We are now in closed session.
I make a motion that in accordance with the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act 2.2-3712, the Code of Virginia, to the best of each member's knowledge, that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting were heard and discussed, and that only such public business matters were identified in the motion by which we went into closed session.
Second.
All right, so we motion and second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call for the question.
Councilwoman Peterson. Aye. Councilmember Peak.
Yes.
Councilmember Fields.
Yes.
Councilmember Young.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miles. Aye. Vice Mayor Nickerson.
Yep.
Mayor Wood.
Yes.
We are now in open session.
Okay, is there anything to report out of closed session? All right, seeing none, this meeting is now adjourned.